You know, I'm not gonna turn down my volume as much as I usually do because, as it turns out, Katamari Damacy songs freaking rule, man. So I want to hear this, you want to hear this, it's a win-win. Hello! Hi! Sorry to flash you with Big Me for a second, I misclicked. But hello! Hello! I got this store... Hold on. Let me start again. I got this from a flea market in DC. It's Rainbow Bright. Look. I'm very into recently those kind of vintage strawberry shortcake shirts. I have a few, and when I saw this, I thought it was banger because I love a classic shirt that isn't just a t-shirt with a graphic on it. It has stuff going on, it has patterns, and all that. Yeah, I like this. Also, my hair are in pigtails because I'm an Asian female character. That's like a whole conversation that I saw happening, which is fun. I hope everyone's doing well. Oh, we're starting with the classics. This playlist is fun and addictive soundtrack. Bandai Namco game music. Official artist. Alright, they know what they're talking about. Oh, I've been better. Well, I'm good to hear that you're still kicking underscore. Yeah. Keep up the score. Anyway, the conversation I was alluding to earlier is, so I haven't actually fully watched Invincible Season 2, so clearly I am not caught up to the 4th season that is currently going on, but I'm seeing glimpses and little pieces, and there was a character who was from the comics, was kind of like an East Asian male character, and then they changed it so she's a female character in the show, but she has little pigtails, and so the conversation was, hey, what is this trend of giving East Asian female characters pigtails? Because I think the most prevalent example in modern media is Marinette from Miraculous Ladybug. And then that's kind of the only really mainstream one, I feel like. And so people have been saying, oh man, this is one of those... Oh yeah, Penny Parker from Into the Spider-Verse? Maybe not specifically Into the Spider-Verse, but in the comics and whatnot. So, Godspeed Royal. It's interesting because I've noticed that trend too. It's unfortunate that it hasn't even been a trend. It's more so that one specific character, Penny's rival's design, yes, that's definitely something that was brought up. Yes, I remember. Thank you. But even before there were multiple examples coming up, I remember back when I was futzing around with the Spectrum Squad, and this was back when Tian had little triangle pigtails on the side, and I would get a good number of comments saying, oh, I thought this was Marinette, despite Tian dressing totally differently and also having comically large eyebrows. So, like, clearly this is not meant to be that character if you glanced at it, but because she is East Asian and she has the pigtails in the general shape, people made that association, and I was kind of... On one hand, I wasn't offended per se. I knew the comparison would come up, but I was kind of bummed out because is it so rare to have prominent female East Asian characters that one of them just so happens to have a distinct hairstyle, and suddenly every character in that gender ethnic group is compared to that one person? Like, I think, you know, we can have pigtails without the comparison. I don't know. I think I'm gonna draw bad versions of my new characters. Yo, you're gonna Rowdy Rough Boys them? I love that. I love a good evil AU. Oh wait, do you mean bad versions as in like shitty bad? Or do you mean bad as in like evil? Because I totally misinterpreted that as the Underfell AU version of your characters. Oh, bad as in quality, gotcha. We are on totally different wavelengths when it comes to that. But Godspeed underscore. Gotcha, to refine in their designs. Their evil versions will come in time. Ooh, how exciting. There is something, you know, it's one of those tired cartoon tropes where they like, this is the adventure where they go into space or go into someone's body or fight their gender bent versions. One of them is also like, this is their evil versions from another dimension. And yes, it is kind of a tired trope, but I don't know, it's kind of like ice cream to me. It's kind of nice as a treat now and then. Because what's fun about it isn't just that alternate dimension where it's like, whoa, this character's totally different. But it's about seeing the characters, as we know, realize who they are in this reverse reality, and then being like, oh, does this encapsulate who I am not? So in some ways, I reflected in a funhouse manner, yeah, exactly. Because it's not just a way to create a separate, you know, indulgence space. It's also a way to have your characters look at parts of themselves and reflect on themselves and think, oh, if my evil version is better or has, you know, more positive or liked traits in their universe or whatever, like, what does that say about me? Like, I love that shit. I eat that up. Yeah. I think it's actually, even though it's obviously more cartoonish, the old alternate dimension thing, I think it's better than when characters do the thing where they have to do something but they don't want to, so they get someone to disguise as themselves, and the person who's disguised as them, who's pretending to be them, is better at it, and so the original person goes through like a, oh no, I'm jealous because they're me but better. I think that's honestly more tired, in my opinion, because the moral of that is there's nothing like being yourself. That's boring, that's trite. Now, the idea that who yourself is something that is a complex web of traits and psychology that you have to grapple with, that's the shit I eat up, personally. I love it when a disguised person or decoy is more well-liked. I guess I can only think of bad examples. I think the only reason why I'm particularly rebuffed about it is that usually in the media it depicts the character themselves don't actually really grow. The status quo isn't particularly challenged. It's just, oh, I feel bad for this episode only, but now I feel better, and I'm, you know, if it's gonna be a bit more interesting than that and actually delve into some genuine reflection and perhaps psychological horror as a treat, then I think that would be cool. Oh, this person is full on singing. Katamari Damacy sounds like a very chill game. Anyway, so I have a timer going on for laundry purposes, so I will have to skedaddle for a minute or so just to take care of that. But if you're wondering what I'm doing, we are doing full art again. This time we are in Gabby mode. Even though this is pretty... I would say it's pretty good for the vision I would want to execute, so it's not too far off. It's pretty much just itty-bitty details, like maybe the shape of the frills here, or the obnoxious thing hanging out there. I love my Gabby. This is also a good time to look at the shape underneath the design and see if there's anything in particular that needs to be— oh, that's my alarm! Anything that needs to be refined. Sometimes it's good to It's like, I can lower the shoulders a little bit here, I think. Just a little bit. Just like that. That much. Anyway, you look at Pretty Gabby. I'll be right back. I need to do laundry stuff. Goodbye! I'm back! Ah! Enters chat covered in blood. Well, hey, you should see the other guy. Other guy enters covered in kisses. I'm glad you fixed your computer problems. That's good. So, if you see me having moments of like, whoa, existential crisis, that's because I am turning 27. Ho 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 ho. I am turning 27 soon, and it's just taking me a moment to realize that I am approaching my late 20s and exiting my mid 20s. Oh. Sorry, having a moment. How soon is soon? Well, if I do the math correctly, I believe it is exactly next stream in which I will be turning 27. It is April 11th. That is the date, and I did in fact get a very lovely invitation from a friend to do something that day, but I said I will be streaming that night. So instead of going out and partying like an actual, functional adult, I turned away plans and rescheduled to another day so that I can entertain you guys like a clown for my birthday. You know how it is. Will you be turning 27 during the stream? That's a good question. If you won't mind me checking my birth certificate real quick for the exact time in which I was, vaginally defecated from my mother's womb, yeah. If you don't mind, of course. Anyway, I believe I was born in the morning? I believe so. That sounds about right. Sometimes I think some of y'all are fake fans because the way that you'll only put something in chat just to put me down, I think it's very unhelpful, I think, to the community at large. You know. Anyway, hello everyone. I'm sorry that someone asked me something and I matched their energy, okay? This is actually slightly different from how it would react in real time, because I'm the one streaming, so I don't have to suffer any particular consequences for my actions, except for chat judgment, I suppose. But that doesn't count. Y'all basically love me, so... Anyway, yes, so... I'm dealing with that. It's kind of hitting me in waves, I think. The idea of aging. Here's the thing. The nice thing about being born in a 99, you were born in a car? Damn! Agent underscore, more like Agent Interstate. Heyo! But, yeah, I'm the kind of person who... My birthday is something that always lingers in my brain, but I never let it really sit until it gets really close. ADHD, on the deadline. But anyway, but it hasn't really been hitting me, and the nice thing about being born in a year that's very close to, you know, like a 0 year, like I'm a 99 baby, which means I'm very close to the year 2000, which means that I'm used to my age being very close to the year that it is, you know? If it's 2026, hey, I'm turning 27, you know? That's the deal. So I'm sure everyone who is sort of near me in age, who was born near, like, the 2000, can relate to, like, the number of your age not being too much of both a mathematical surprise as well as just like I'm used to hearing this number, you know? I'm used to hearing like 26 for a while now, not only because I've been 26 for almost a year, but also the year is 2026. So in a way, I've kind of aged double, which means that by the time I turn the next age, it's kind of like, alright, you know, it's about time already. I don't know if I'm explaining this properly, but what I'm trying to say is that when it comes to my brain, when it comes to my age, there's a lot of complex thoughts there. A lot of complex, nuanced, big brain thoughts. Is what I'm trying to say. I'm definitely not letting it sink in. And by it, I mean a lot of things. Because I feel like I have a lot of latent anxiety when it comes to the passage of time. I feel like this is a general thing, you know? Ever since I got diagnosed with the depression back in the day, a lot of my coping mechanisms have truly just been, instead of, you know, wallowing in it, why don't you just never let it sink in? And that's kind of worked out for me pretty well. But it also means that the moments where it does sink in, it means that, wow, I don't know if I'm coping with this. Well, regardless. My mom freaked out about Y2K because I was born so close to it. Is that the only reason why she was freaked out? Not because of the other things? I mean, they didn't end up mattering, but I'm pretty sure other things were of concern around that time. The great computer crash, as it were. You know, funnily enough, as much as I hear about Y2K as a societal phenomenon, there's not much I actually knew about it growing up because no one could explain to me what the hell it was about. It wasn't like the whole 2012 thing where it's like, no, the Mayan calendar said the world will end. It wasn't even that. It was just like, oh, we were nervous about the new year, but it turned out to be bunk. Like, that's all I could get when I was little without actively looking it up. So that was crazy. She was afraid I wouldn't be alive for a while. Aww. You were a late baby, perhaps. Yes, I think these shoulders are a little bit better for what I want to convey. I don't exclusively show up to chat just to hate, saying, well, I know you don't. It would be nice if you said hello before dropping in with the stare, is all I'm saying. But you're also your own person and you can do whatever you want. There's a reason why I added in the back stare just for you, Sappy. Doki nande. The kind of sad thing is, again, this is the same friends who, hello Goose! The Mayan calendar thing is so funny because it's not even true. The funny thing about apocalypse doomsayers is that you have to leap through a lot of logical fallacies in order to come to the conclusion that, okay, this time I swear it's gonna happen. This time I promise. Like, okay, if you truly believe... And didn't it happen, like, relatively recently as well? It must have been, like, last year or something, when I saw, like, this big trend on TikTok where they were like, I'm giving away my worldly possessions because I believe that this is the day that this gonna happen. The rapture or some shit. You know. And then... You know, I think I remember seeing videos where there were people going like, take me! And on one hand, it's really sad to see that because you gotta be a very special kind of religious indoctrinated to be lulled into that. But also, I feel like mob mentality definitely plays a part in it. Because if you see a bunch of people, and a lot of them who you like and generally respect do that, chances are you're gonna be like, well, maybe they're onto something, I don't know. Mob mentality, what I'm trying to say is that mob mentality is really scary, and you should try to think for yourself. That's Sang's message for today. Don't get raptured, also. That's Sang's second message for today. Third one coming soon. The rapture scare, yeah. Sometimes it's really embarrassing being Christian. And when I say Christian, I say that slightly in scare quotes because I know I'm not a particularly devout Christian. Like, I've talked shit. I don't go to church as much as I want to. I don't pray as much as I want to. Admittedly, I truly feel like I am one of those, like... Well, damn. Underscore came to the conclusion I am probably mildly autistic. Autistic sang single chatter, fork found in kitchen. Well, underscore, I am happy for you, at the very least, that you were able to come to a conclusion about yourself. Regardless of what it is, because it's good to put a name and some kind of finality to a part of yourself, because it can get you closer to, you know, living and dealing with the hurdles that come with it, as well as, you know, celebrating the parts that come with it. In my opinion. If the rapture happened, I simply would not let it take me. Have I told people on stream that time that I watched the movie This Is the End, that Seth Rogen, James Franco movie about the apocalypse, and for some reason I got so sucked into the world that it presented that I fully believed that, like, how do I put this? It wasn't that I believed the rapture would happen, it's that I had the mentality of, oh, you know, I don't have to care about my life because there is a heaven and the rapture will happen and I will go there. Like, I lived for maybe like a week or so with that mentality of, not that I was suicidal, I wasn't like, you know, I gotta get there right now. It was more like I didn't care what happened to me because I was so convinced that that paradise where they, you know, sang with the Backstreet Boys and danced at the end of the movie, I was so, like, weirdly transfixed on that ending. It was I think it's because the movie is so just crushingly depressing most of the time, and the ending is so happy when they get to heaven that in my brain I was like, oh, we've earned this. We as in me also. So, yeah. Long story short, I did have a period in my life where that movie mentally took me to a place where I was okay with anything happening in my mortal life because I was assured that the eternity that followed would be blessed and good. I mean, believe what you want religiously, but also, like, you should want to live a good life. I don't think you should throw your life away. That is definitely not something that I would want to believe as well as promote for myself. You know? I know there are memes where people say, you know, I went into like a movie theater, watched something, and I came out and I was like a whole new person. And I know those are kind of a little bit corny, like, oh yeah, you watched a movie and you were changed. Wow. Get fucking letterboxed man out of here. But on the other hand, I kind of am that person, I'm not gonna lie. For some reason, when it comes to reading stuff or watching movies or whatever, I get so invested into the world that once I leave it, I am disoriented and confused and potentially another version of myself at that point. I know I'm not the only person to believe that, but if my "this is the end" anecdote tells you guys anything, I am very susceptible to putting myself in a mind dungeon of a fictional world. For fun, I guess. Like, not even for, like, oh, my life sucks, so I have to escape reality, you know, isekai style. Like, no, just for fun. As a kid, I watched The Lovely Bones. Now there's an afterlife-themed movie that will traumatize you. Oh, lordy. You're a different version of yourself than you were yesterday or even a minute ago? What's the quote that's like, because you die, your skin cells die and regenerate every, like, blank, you're technically, like, a whole different person, like, with different skin every time? That stuff gets me a little existential, I'm not gonna lie, but it is kind of morbidly fascinating to witness our bodies function as flesh vessels and not just, like, ethereal things that purely because we are beings of consciousness, we somehow transcend, you know, biology itself. I think it's humbling to recognize that we are but flesh. You know? I'm the kind of person that, man, I hope I don't sound obnoxious when I'm saying this, like, I'm the kind of person. But when I was in college, and frequently overcome with bouts of, God, I'm not doing anything right, I would often look up at the stars and recognize that I am so small, and that if I fail at something, the entire world doesn't come crashing down. Actually, at the end of the day, I am fundamentally so small in the world that everything I fear that will happen is meaningless at the end of the day, and that made me feel a lot better because that quelled the anxiety and reminded me that, hey, brother, it's not a big deal. Bro, like, it's a ComSci test, calm down, you know? And that did help. I'm not sure if it'll help everyone. For some people, the idea that they're existentially, you know, meaningless in the grand scheme of things may trigger something, like a crisis. For me, it was like, oh, thank God. Like, imagine if I did something wrong and the universe was punished for it. Now that's pressure. I wouldn't want to live like that. The pictures from Artemis 2 are beautiful. Yes! Oh, I only started following the Artemis stuff once they launched, and there is something... Listen, I might be a little stupid, because am I the only one who thought, since we've been to the moon already, I was like, why is going to the moon again a big deal? Don't scientists go to the moon, like, you know, not all the time, but, like, often enough? Only to
look at diagrams and realize that, oh, actually landing on the moon is a lot harder than it looks. You know, like going out into space in general, sure, that's something, but specifically landing on the moon is like a mathematical marvel because the Earth is rotating and also the moon is rotating around the Earth, so it's a matter of like landing exactly the right way. And I was like, I must be the biggest dumbass on the planet to not realize that until it's spelled in front of me. I used to try to get over my anxieties by thinking, oh, in a week, a month, a year, the thing I'm worried about will be totally forgotten, which works before you hit like 20. I mean, underscore, you're not wrong. In the vein that, yes, there are some crises that I remember that happened a while ago, but at the same time, you know, they happen and you move on. For the most part, I don't remember a lot of them. I'm sure I had a crisis now and then because, like, I didn't study for a test until the night before, and I was like, fuck, shit, I'm doomed, fuck. But, like, now it's just a blip. It's just a blip. The rare time where something is in fact rocket science. I know. So basically, I'm making Gabrielle's body, longer, I guess? I guess her upper body is very small, now that I look at it. So I'm just adding a little more to it. I think that's good. We need someone to actually do brain surgery to complete the site. In space? Wait, that'd be crazy. Brain surgery in space. I mean, it's possible. My famous catchphrase. I'm not gonna lie. Just being in space obviously sounds like very cool. I would not be built to be in space. Not only because of the whole, it's such a mathematical impossibility that you have to be a freaking genius to get up there, and also it's truly well trained and expert and whatnot, but also just the logistics of being in zero gravity for all day long. Like, I feel like I'm not really a queasy person, but if I think about a big height, you know, I'll get a little like, whoa, you know. So being in there for a bit, I may in fact go cuckoo bananas. This sounds like Edna and Eddie music. Patient needs helmet on to stay alive. Yes. This is very much an indulgent design quirk, but giving Gabrielle just like a little ribbon to add to her little apron back. She gets that because she's baby girl. That is truly the only reason. How many Katamari Damacy songs have the lyric Katamari Damacy in them? Wouldn't that be crazy? What if other game series did that? Bum bum bum. Ace Attorney. Just like every now and then. I mean, I guess they can get away with it. They have the aura to do so. See, this is clearly, you know, verbal rap-esque spoken word song, but I feel like in some executions they can get away with it. Like, I feel like K-pop does this poorly because they truly want to be black so much, but in this it feels natural. It feels like rap born from, you know, the same elements that brought it to life originally. This sounds like a dude in someone's garage, which I think is just it's pure, it's distilled. Dude. Dude, it's like one of those this song but with lyrics. Oh my god, that reminds me of the Walking Underground Undertale song. God, that genuinely made me lose it on stream in ways that, like, I was losing my mind, and also I found it funny after a while. Dude, oh. Walking underground, underground. I have fallen down. It makes me giggly because it's, for some reason, some humor is just like that to me, in which it's just, the concept is so silly that I must respect it. I must respect it comedically. The funny thing about Gabrielle's design is that there's clearly some kind of rose symbolism in it, and that is correct, in that, you know, these flowers in particular, the arrangement of them is very rose-esque, and, you know, that's purposeful in its own right, but her flower isn't a rose, so it's one of those things where there's a meaningful flower symbolism visually, but it just isn't her specific flower for this one. Just, like, trust me, bro. Mostly because I have another character who is more explicitly rose themed, so I was like, well, you can get that. Oh, this is the one that's cute. Jubidubao. Man, you know, if you're confused on what my stream title is alluding to, I've been seeing bits and pieces of alleged reports of a certain man who has been admitted into a hospital for unknown reasons, and I've been seeing people whisper about it, and I think it's just as mean as when people did that to Benjamin Netanyahu, because I just think it's unfair to give people hope. So I won't be the one to give you guys hope. I'm just saying that there are people talking about it and discussing. But anything is possible. It'd be really cool if it happened on Easter, though. Could you imagine? I haven't seen credible corroborations. Man. Man. I've also seen a lot of people Jesus posting, which is pretty cool. Being part of a religion is interesting because sometimes you'll have moments where you're like, I was indoctrinated and I'm not
strongly religious because I'm, I have a grasp of reality and science. But on the other hand, it's kind of like a cultural fandom thing where you're like, I get that reference. That's my dude too. Because at its core, religion is comforting because it makes you feel like you're part of a community. And when that community has like sick jokes and references, that's pretty nice. For me, anyway. No more updates until it actually happens. Dude, there's a Twitter account that's like, did Donald Trump die? And for April Fools, they posted, yes. Absolutely. Which is, clearly, earnestly not real. Also, I did this backwards. It's very important that it's posting. It's in the correct way, which is... Oh wait, is that the right way? Oh, it is the right way. For some reason, so my mentality of that is that it's like a Y, but it's actually the opposite. Never mind. I don't know my shit. Oh my god, go off. Flute? Yeah, anyway. No one April Fooled me this year. Yeah! Honestly, April Fools to me was pretty... I would say pretty low-key. Even the online stuff, which is stuff I was most cautious around. It was very harmless. And I love April Fool's pranks that are... It's saying, hey, guess what? You're gonna see and experience this really cool thing. And the joke is, that cool thing doesn't exist and never will, and you're a fucking idiot for having hope. I don't like that. The April Fool's pranks I like is that something does get made, but it's just really silly. So at the very least, something that is the fruit of someone's labor came out. And even though it may be like not the best quality, or it's a little silly or whatever, and that's not exactly what you want to see, there's still a kind of like something to enjoy, which I find much more good-spirited than wrenching that hope away from people, in my opinion. Like, the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog is a great example, because yes, it's an April Fool's Day joke because it's unlike anything that Sega has done before, in that it's like a visual novel, and it's saying that, oh my god, Sonic the Hedgehog is dead, etc, etc. But it's also just like a really fun, legitimate game. And so it's like a win-win. It gets to be silly, and psych you out a little bit, but you also get to enjoy something. That's the stuff. Several years ago, there's a fake Legend of Zelda movie trailer. My BFF, who was like 7 at the time, fell for it so hard and is scarred this day. No! Post-traumatic, Skyward Sword disorder? I don't know. I was trying to think of something Legend of Zelda related that starts with S. But, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that your friend got April Fool's Day ruined for them because they believed too hard in The Legend of Zelda. To be fair, there definitely have been moments where I was, even outside of April Fool's Day, mind you, that I would be out somewhere and there would be a post that's like, dude, this update came out! Oh my god! And then you click on it and it's just like nothing. Or the most devious kinds is where they will post something and be like, dude, check this out! And then you click on it and it is an image of the image loading image.
so you click it expecting it to load and it doesn't. Those are like, I love those because they're so harmless, but they're so evil. They're so evil for that. Man. Because I do be falling for those because I'm nosy. That's good. Alright, at some point I gotta work on the face and everything above, but I do think that the body... Oh, I need to work on the apron. The apron does go down here. Speaking of Doomsday, there was a lady at my branch today who exhibited the telltale signs of being a little bonkers and, you know, just talking to herself and talking about how the government was hiding like secret sex trafficking stuff, which, listen, I'm not gonna totally discard the ideas that she has, but I just think the manner in which she went about it, e.g. being like racist and weirdly transphobic for like no reason at all, really, I just felt that that was kind of unnecessary to the point she was trying to make, and if she wanted to sit down and just kind of have a discussion, I was willing to hear her out. But yeah, every now and then at the library you get these people who are clearly suffering from a kind of funny schizophrenia. I don't mean funny as in haha. I mean funny as in it's a peculiar kind where they are just straight up talking to themselves because they have a friend in there and they're just hanging out and they just have no concept of, I guess, the fact that they should probably not be talking to a voice in their head, which is something. We haven't had a lot of those people in a while, so today was kind of a surprise. See, here's the thing. I feel like I've had, of the people that I've seen with those conspiracy theorists like shit, for some reason, both of them brought up trans people. And I'm like, what the fuck did the trans people have to do with any of this? Like, listen, it's one thing to be like, I don't like what they're doing, and it's like, okay, buddy, sure. But on one hand, to be like, this is this is the agenda, this is the plot, and I'm like, they do not have that time to do that, my good sir. In some ways, you are severely overestimating the amount that they can do with such little societal power. It really is bonkers. Trans people always catching strays. Yes, exactly! Like, the fuck did they do? It's crazy how much, you know, casual transphobia you'll see in the world from people who, I would say, have done, like, historically jack shit. And I don't mean that as in, like, go out there and do something. I mean, like, as in, like, they have done nothing to warrant this level of vitriol. And of course, like, we all know why it exists, because people are fucking stupid. But it's just, it's like, once you get out of that space where it's just accepted as a kind of thing to believe, it just makes you realize that, damn, y'all are just old man yelling at cloud. What the hell? Oh my god, they said Katamari in this song. That's how you know it's a Katamari Damacy song. Actually, is Katamari Damacy the series, or is it, like, the game? Like a one game in the Katamari series? I don't know enough about the series, unfortunately. I just like the songs. All I also know about the series is that it's very Japanese. Sometimes you'll just ingest a piece of media that is so crucial to understand that it is unable to be divorced from the culture and country that it came from. Like, it's so Japanese. And I mean that in a positive way, of course. Kind of like how Overwatch is so distinctly American, you know. Man, I can't wait for Tomodachi Life to come out, bro. Every now and then I think about it. I think I've said this exact same thing on a previous stream, but every time I think about it, I miss it a little bit. I haven't actually booted the game open, the demo open, since last time, because there's truly nothing to do in it that will grant me the joy that I desire, except maybe the Mii customization thing. But even then, it's just like practice until the game comes out. Okay, that's something for the skirt. I can't think about it too much for that reason. Like, is this how people feel when they're in long distance relationships? Like, sometimes I'll go about my life and then I'll think about what I could have and I get sad. Man. It truly, like, I saw a post that was like, giving us the demo this early is like giving someone a shot of heroin and then forcing them to wait like weeks until they can get another one. It's like, damn. I mean, it's like the ultimate marketing genius when you think about it. So I understand why they did it, but like, damn. I also saw someone who supposedly did one of those Nintendo Switch hacks where, because they did it, they're able to extract games into like computer files, aka ROM. So they said they would be able to turn Tomodachi Life into a ROM like right as it releases, and I'm like, I'm not sure that's possible, and I don't think that's legal, and Nintendo might send snipers to your house, but Godspeed, I suppose. I just feel like if you're gonna do it, you shouldn't be posting it on Twitter.com. You know, just me. I hope Nintendo finally realizes how much Mii games are loved. I think it's funny because when I really think about Tomodachi Life, it's not a game series that is particularly, you know, popular. It's similar to, I guess something comparable is maybe like Ace Attorney, just something that I can come up with right now, in that it's a cult classic and it has its shooters, and it also has its place in like culture, like video game culture, but it's also not mainstream enough for, you know, maybe Phoenix Wright is a bad example, but like something like Tomodachi Life is obviously loved with the people who know about it, but outside of it, it's something that you kind of have to introduce to the mainstream. So I actually was surprised alongside other people when the demo came out and the popularity just exploded. Similar to, I think, when Miitopia came out, it was just the sheer customization potential that introduced people to it. God, imagine if the customization sucked ass. That would be the nail in the coffin. Truly. My hope, personally, is that I believe that Tomodachi Life can have updates, as in, like, you know, little, both patches for fixes, but also, you know, additions, nice little upgrades, if you will, alongside the game, because I believe that they are fully capable of just being like, hey, we added like 5 new fucking hairstyles or whatever, or something like that. And I think it would be similar to Animal Crossing, because they're clearly very much inspired by Animal Crossing. I think that would be a wonderful, like, continuing ongoing service game if they did that, because they, like, I know from Nintendo social media marketing, they're definitely seeing the popularity, considering how active they are now and then. But I'm just like, ooh, you need to promise a little more. You need to reel them in a little more. I feel like we're almost there. Honestly, even if it wasn't a Mii game, you know, I think a game like Tomodachi Life, in which you can customize your characters and put them in a world and have this kind of omniscience and feed them and watch their relationships, I think as long as you have like a good, iconic style, kind of like the Mii style, but not necessarily exactly, that also allows for a certain amount of customizability, I think either way, you'd still have a good hit on your hands. It's just that the Mii style in particular is so iconic and like known by this point that it helps it succeed as well. I have seen some conversations pop up where people were saying, I wish this was more like the Miitopia, where it was the customizability was just so, you know, extreme enough that people could make entire big detailed creations out of it. And on one hand, yes, there is a certain kind of limitation to the facial side of things. Like, it kind of sucks that things can be only above or below the layers, and I think even though it's nice, there definitely could be more to it. But I also think that doing the Miitopia thing where you can just completely divorce it, I think that kind of takes away from the spirit of the stylization, especially since if you're totally drawing on your character's, appearances and whatnot, there's no room for them to animate and emote and do all those fun stuff, which I think is part of the charm of it. So yes, I do have a little bit more respect for designs in which the characters are allowed. It's not only what you see in the little screenshot of look at what I made, it's also the little videos or when you see them walking around and interacting. I think that breathes life into them, and I think that should be part of their designs. That is my hot take. I think working with limited customization is fun in its own way. I agree. Because it also forces you to... Because when you actually look at some of the... In my opinion, I think when it comes to limited customization, I do think with hair, you can go broader. Because there are so many different kinds of hairstyles you can do. However, I feel like when it comes to things like noses, for example, I think some people are scared to pick any option that isn't the smallest, pointiest nose. And, listen, there's some noses on there that are yeah, maybe I'm not gonna use that nose, okay? But you have to appreciate how cartoony and how diverse their noses are. And I think in keeping with that spirit, you should also want to explore the stuff they give you a little bit. A little bit. I mean, there are some choices that are so cartoony, I'm like, if I give that to a character, I think it's gonna make them less human, actually, so I'm not gonna do that. Which is fair. Some of those noses and eyes are just that's a choice. That's why Sims were huge. Some shit happened with their parent company. A lot of people jumped ship from the series. Interesting. Oh yeah, I guess that's the main reason I didn't really get on board with The Sims, is that yes, I heard really good things about the customization, but the style is so... How do I put this? It's not iconographic enough for me. I like a nice simple style, and the more human it gets, the more uncanny it gets. I don't like character customization where I can see every pore on their face, in my opinion, because not only does it take away from the cartoon, funny atmosphere, it also adds, when the range that you're given is so broad, there's an additional pressure to be oh, because I'm working with such a broad range, I have to make more details perfect to get what I want. And so the simpler it is, the more that pressure's I can condense this into larger parts, which work. You know? There are Sims mods out there that make them even more realistic. I'm just thinking of those Roblox skins where sometimes there's some people that look like this. And then there's some people that look like... So, like shit like that. And I'm like, you're doing too much. I'm not gonna lie. You're doing too much. This new Tomodachi game is so vibrantly colored. I do love that. If I may lodge a complaint that is a genuine, in some ways, downgrade from the previous game. And I know that Safi is a big Tomodachi head, so I would appreciate if you could hear me out in this respect. I feel that having the choice of giving characters an assigned color is nice. And yes,
having them be assigned a color based off of their personality is cute, and I think it's cute that they color code their personalities. I think that's great, but also I wish we had agency back when it came to color coding them from our perspective, because it does, in fact, like, mentally, even though I know who my characters are, it fucks me up a little bit when I give them the little personalities that fit them, but it's not their color. So there's a moment in my brain that goes, but what if I tweaked it a little bit so it is their color? But then it's wrong! It's wrong! I mean, I'm lucky when it comes to the more, I would say, the areas that are like blue and red and pink, because I feel like my characters are pretty close when it comes to like blue is intellectual, red, pink is outgoing and sociable, like, but everything else is it's way more varied, and I'm like, man. All I'm asking is that you give characters the option of either giving them a color or, you know, letting the gods of the Mii world choose. Similar to how in the previews, when a Mii couple says we're having a baby and you can assign the gender of the baby, it's male, female, and surprise me. I want a surprise me when it comes to the option of choosing a character's color. I think that would be much preferable than locking it. It kind of like stuns me because the original game already had assigned color coding, so I don't know why they would remove that kind of customization. Unless, like, the only way I can cope about it in my head is if the personality colors aren't actually set in stone. They're just kind of like a starting block color, and then later on you can more so say like, what is your favorite color, and then you can pick from something. Like, that's that's how I would reconcile with that. And it's what I'm hoping for, I'm not gonna lie, because yeah, if I were to be in the game, I wouldn't be blue. What the fuck? Psychological warfare. All my characters kind of match their personalities and colors. Yeah, except for one. Yeah. Like, I shared the chart in the server, and the only character of the main four the only characters who are accurate are Adam and Millie. Gabrielle and Ujin are actually flipped, because Gabrielle is more outgoing while Ujin is more reserved. Ergo, Ujin is in the green category. So, it's one of those things that it slightly irks me. It's not the end of the world, though. It truly isn't. But it would be nice for the color obsessive out there to have a little bit more say. In my opinion. I haven't seen anyone else talk about it, so I was worried that I'm just like, oh, saying, you are unhealthily obsessed with colors. Why don't you go outside and touch grass? I was worried that would be, like, maybe the case, so I didn't make a big post about it. But I just want y'all to know that that is my thoughts. I think about colors all the time. Me in elementary school with a box of crayons. Respected by people around them. See, Royal, that's so real. I remember looking at some of the descriptions and being like, fundamentally, this fits their actions, but not the results of their actions. Just because someone's outgoing doesn't mean that they succeed in... They get the social points they desire, you know?
so Gabrielle's eyes. As you can see here, they're like kind of a generic shape, but the way I do it is they very much point over here. There's a pointiness to them, as a matter of fact. There's a pointiness to them. I love drawing eyelashes. This is not news to anyone. I just wanted to declare this as I'm drawing them. There truly just is a very giddish joy I get from drawing someone pretty. It feels like I am like their makeup artist and I'm just like going like Hi. Hey, you know what's you know how there are people saying, you know, reminder to get started on your character references because Art Fight is coming up in the, you know, the coming weeks before Art Fight, or even like the months. Wouldn't it be great if people use this as a motivational time to be like, remember to work on your refs for Tomodachi Life because you're going to be depicting them in some kind of physical manner. So if you don't have like a visual semblance of what they look like, you better have it soon. For those who need motivation, of course. No pressure otherwise. That's what I wanted to do. It's fine. What do you mean it's fine? It's fine. Slash Sears, it's fine. Also, you have time. If you need a reason to mentally go, give me more time until Tomodachi Life releases, then, you know, this is a good time. reverse psychology that timeline. Me pretending I'm not looking forward to Tomodachi Life, so it releases sooner. Gabrielle has big old doe eyes. This is important. Alright, time to work on her body more. Literally dope. I'm working extra these days in multiple avenues. I would rather do that than be tormented by the Tomodachi weight. Aww. Well, whatever helps. You know what would be great? If you're like, oh man, you know, I'm going through midterms or finals, and then you're done with it, and then you're rewarded by, guess what? The game is out. The euphoria. Okay, let me not fuck up this hat shape. Which is admittedly something very easy for me to do. More progress in April specifically. Aw, I understand. Yeah, I've definitely also been... I have to like check myself every now and then, because sometimes when people are talking about like very personal things, I hate to be the kind of motherfucker to go, and I'm also going through this, because I don't mean to make it sound like I am the only way I'm engaging with this conversation is by turning it into something about me, but maybe it's like the neurodivergency in me, but like my only way to, I guess, contribute to a conversation a lot of the time is to empathize by connecting people's struggles with mine to make them seem like they're like, you know, hey, you're not alone, I'm also going through some stuff, you know, I feel you, I'm rooting for you, but I am also like slightly aware it can come off as dismissive for what they're doing, so I hope it doesn't come off like that when I say that yes, I am also struggling in that aspect too. You're fine, I know that about you. Yay! I'm known! And you know what happens when you're known? You're loved. I do that as well, so I get why you do it. Yeah, exactly. I have to have that moment in real life where if I'm good enough friends with someone, I do have that conversation with them where I'm like, hey, when I do this conversation thing, like, I'm not trying to make you feel like shit. It's just something I do, and it makes sense to me, but if it makes you feel bad, then let's talk through it. Luckily, whenever I've actually brought it up, it's never really been an issue, because it turns out the people I make friends with are generally very patient and understanding and empathetic when it comes to little social things like that, which is cool. Funny how that ends up, but speaking of which, actually not really speaking, but just a segue, I've gone ahead and privated a lot of old stream VODs. Basically, the only really old ones that remain are some gaming ones that I feel should be there because, you know, they stand the test of time, perhaps. But for the most part, I look at old stream VODs and I'm like, that's a whole other era and person in those. And I'd rather not have those hanging up as if I'm freely encouraging people to check those out, because I'm truly not. So I decided, yes. Listen, I know there are some potentially classic moments, and that's why I didn't delete them. I privated them. So they are archived at a certain extent. It's just that when I look back as a whole, like maybe I'm forgetting individual moments. I'm just like, I'm a little embarrassed. Not like in a way that's like, oh, I was so cringe, but also there's just a lot of things back then, and I don't know. I just feel like it's cleaner to just wrap it all up and remember where I am now. I'm not trying to say that as if like there was a crime I committed live on stream. It's more of a personal thing, you know? I don't want a naysayer to go back in time and be like, I can't believe Sangold expressed something back in this stream. Or whatever, you know? I would want the world to be up to date with the kind of things that I'm schmoovin' with. This is like the burning of the Library of Alexandria. Damn. What about stream number 47 where Sangold talked about nothing and then drew the mini sprite of that character for the 5th time? No! What will I do? I watch that one all the time! But seriously, I do appreciate people, like, you know, thinking back and being fond of old streams and old VODs, because obviously I needed those to get to where I am today. It's just, I don't know. If I may be brutally honest and a little bit emotionally vulnerable, seeing older streams, particularly back when the original server existed, and seeing a bunch of people who have long since disappeared, it's a little bit bittersweet for me. And I'm not talking about like a specific person, I'm talking more so in general, because there definitely was a mass exodus at one point, because I started streaming at around COVID time, stopped once I dissolved the server, and then went back to it and kind of rebuilt from scratch. And there is something a little bittersweet about losing some things in that gap. So that's also part of it. I was a frequent stream watcher and I recall no crimes. Honestly, if you've been a stream watcher since the beginning, Godspeed, because you've witnessed like a bunch of shit that I've been up to. Like classic Sangold moments, such as, oh, this brim is so big. She reminds me of that lady in Scary Movie 3 where like the park ranger who checks in on Charlie Sheen, but her brim keeps getting bigger. That's Gabrielle right now. Jesus. Shrink that brim. Anyway. That would be a really funny gag. Just to happen to Gabrielle specifically, like her hat keeps getting bigger. Anyway, it's specifically this part that I'm like, it needs to like bend down maybe a little bit here. Also, if I may say, I feel like the person I was prior was not nearly as funny or sexy as the person I am now. So I would like to revise history if possible and make it be known that this is my ideal form and I've been that way for all time. You know, just little things. Privating those VODs means my crimes were erased. Carry on then. Oh hell yeah, see? This is for the good of everyone. Do you know how many times that y'all probably said some shit in the past that you were like, I probably forgot, but, you know, it was years ago and it's, like, fully archived? I bet y'all are also probably grateful that those are privated. Yeah. You know what's up. Time to draw the flower. I've never said anything I've regretted ever. That sounds like a nice way to live, Royal. Let me go into my archive of hundreds of gaming and art VODs to see if I can scrounge up one piece of message from you that I can show you specifically to see if you can endure a try not to cringe challenge. Actually, how did I draw the... So, obviously, from this side, you can't see the flower, which I think is why I drew her facing this way, because the flower is only on her right side. But I have to look back at my comic panels to see how exactly I drew the flower. So, here's one. Okay, so I drew it kind of like a general T shape, which is fine. I vibe with that. Because I think that having this is actually a little bit too much. So I prefer the blob like this. It also makes it, I just love incorporating the T shapes also because Gabrielle is the Christian of all time. So it's culture. It's part of the culture. When you pull up to heaven, God shows you a try not to cringe compilation they've made from moments of your life. Ooh. Imagine St. Peter at the gates pulling an I Show Speed phase as you watch the moment, like on stream, you got like weirdly too personal and no one laughed. And you just kind of sitting with the silence, the weight of your own words. That's not fun. Honestly, the visual of St. Peter at the gates showing you what is essentially a Vine compilation of your life and then making little comments in between is kind of a goated visual. That's what it's all about. Do you think it'd be a funny visual for angels who are responsible for making those Vine compilations to be in heaven and be their own like heaven content creators, and then Peter like swipes through his heaven iPad and tries to pick the perfect compilation to show you at the gates, and he's like, oh yeah, this angel has like so many subs, like I trust their compilations the most, they're pretty golden. And you're like, oh damn, there's like a whole thing going on here. Whatever ethically produced technology they have up there. Yeah. Like a leapfrog, maybe? Do you think if you're in heaven and you ask for an iPad, they're gonna be like, that's problematic media, bestie? And you're like, oh, damn it, fuck. Heaven outwoked me. This is bound to happen several more times. Ugh. Oh my god. The angels recorded that. They're adding it to a heaven exclusive cringe compilation. No, what do you mean there's more cringe compilations in heaven? I thought we were free from judgment. No. No. I mean, they gotta have fun somehow. I feel like compilations are morally a good for entertainment, so I think the angels would partake a little bit. The concept of heaven and hell has have always been so like interesting to me to explore. It's why I like the show The Good Place a lot, because I'm not going to spoil anything from it, of course, but it really explores the idea of what an afterlife would be, as well as who judges what who goes where in the good or bad afterlife and all that. And yes, it does pull the trope of, you know, this non-human abstract concept is actually super corporate and bureaucratic because that's all we know how to like comprehend things. But I don't know. I think it's interesting. It's the same vibe as those little comics where God is inventing a bird or some shit and he is putting vials together. You know? It's like the idea of that is just very pleasant to me. It's comforting. It's like, we're just here to have fun, man. Now, what is up with the giraffe? Because what do you mean the giraffe has like alien antennae at the top of their head? How does that help in their thing? You know, giraffes are so limbically fucked up that when they like lie down, like it's so hard for them to actually like sit down and lay down when it like rains and storms to protect themselves. It's fucked up. Are there like subspecies of giraffe? Because there really is just the classic giraffe. Like, are there any similar species that just have huge fucked up necks? Or is it just them? Are they special? Do you remember horses, right? Make their necks super long and give them antennae. Dude, it's a crime that I haven't seen more giraffe memes. Isn't that weird? I feel like there are memes of so many animals. Like, you know, you see, like, I don't know, seals and walruses and horses and all that. Even elephants, like elephants and lions, you know, the lion does not concern himself or like whatever. Not many giraffe memes. You know why? Because them in and of itself, they're hard to joke about because their existence is so silly. It almost makes you feel bad for them, but also like they evolutionary like adapted themselves to whatever fucked up conditions caused them to look like that. So I guess we can't blame them too much. Like they got themselves where they are. It's really important where the curl goes for silhouette purposes. Fake Madagascar fan. Oh, why are you white? That's like one giraffe meme I know. And that's only really because it's Madagascar. Like, I could... Technically, Gloria has at least one hippo meme because of... Well, there's Moto Moto. And there's also the Family Guy... I'm gonna merge without looking. And her hippo hop line from Family Guy is tangentially related. Hippo hop. Yeah, baby! Oh, it's so fucking funny! It makes me want to merge layers without looking. That's an artist joke. Anyway. Melman! Yeah! I like the video where it's the clip of him going San Francisco, but someone's edited it so he says Sans, and then he has the da-da-da-da. That's classic. Big fan of those kinds of memes. As a matter of fact, the detailed version of Gabrielle's hair is just that. Actually, it goes all the way down to like the back of her knee in this art, so it'd actually be way longer. Pardon moi as I give her more conditioner, because holy. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of hair. Yeah, this is the longest I'm willing to go. That's a lot of hair. But like just at the edge of her skirt, I think that's a good guess. Why does the wiki say Melman is Jewish? There's probably a line in there, probably, about him being Jewish. You know, he probably says oy vey one time. So they're like, well, give him the star. Anyway. I can make those jokes. I grew up around a lot of Jewish people. I think? In reference to I can make those jokes, not I think I grew up around. I mean, that's for certain. Anyway, yeah. Otherwise, I do not know why they gave that to him. Diversity win. Ooh, 9:45. Hello. Happy 9:45. There is a creator that I follow who is the creator and I would maybe say director of an indie animated show that I guess is coming out. You could probably intuit who I'm talking about. because they have a very distinct style, and they're pretty popular. But they have one character who is like, has been getting, I would say, larger in design for a while now, which is like great. You know, do what you want. But also, they've been making posts saying like, does this look good? And like, you know, does this look good for like their body or whatever? And like, you know, doing stuff like that. And on one hand, they're getting feedback and, you know, they're clearly open to critique. And I'm like, you know what, yeah, you're trying to do something with this body type. You're clearly like a talented artist otherwise, so you're doing it in order to get like good feedback. So I understand that. But on the other hand, like, isn't the show like being produced? Like, can you afford to make fundamental changes in the character's body type now? And also, like, they keep posting saying, I'm still working on the body type. Here, does this look good to you guys? Which, again, it's not like a bad thing per se. But I'm like, don't you have like a production like underway right now? Like, I don't know. There's a part of me that's confused, and I may be missing something. But I would assume that because they have this big, you know, show that's under production. I mean, there's been like a few things I've seen from it. There's no like trailer or pilot out or anything. But on one hand, I'm like, I'm not sure if this makes sense for the production that is currently underway. And also, like, if you wanted feedback for, like, you know, a body type that maybe you want to get feedback on, don't you have like a team you can work with? Like, I don't know. Again, this isn't me bringing up to be like, I'm getting a funny feeling from this creator. I'm just genuinely kind of befuddled at the actions that are taking place. What are not objectively bad actions, mind you. It's just something that I haven't really seen before. What's the matter, vague post boy? Listen! If you want me to name names, it is the creator of the I Want to Eat Your Guts little indie thing, and they have very cute characters, and they post now and then just like their characters in like a comic strip or whatever, and I think it's cute, the thing they have going on. And they're clearly also very talented. Like they draw backgrounds, they draw comics and fun expressions and poses, and they clearly love their characters, which I can totally respect. It's just that when it comes to the body shape of one of the main characters, Kate, is that I don't know. There's a part of me that's like continuously asking the public at large and expressing that like I want to keep refining and changing this, and I was like, isn't there like a specific group of people you can ask and not just a public post? Which again, it's not a bad thing. It's just I'm just kind of confused. I literally have no idea what this is about nonetheless. I'm noticing a lot of unprofessional behavior from indie studios, how they present themselves. Yeah, I mean, I understand that. And I'm not trying to say this person in particular is like, oh, they're being unprofessional. I'm just... Maybe I just don't know how production and stuff works, but... yeah. Anyway, hello, XYB, you're eating cheese sticks! I'm okay when it comes to the cheese sticks, but thank you for the offer. However, I would like some cheese slices if you have any. I was a big fan of Kraft singles when I was a kid. Big fan of Kraft singles. That is the American in me, I must say. So if you can forgive me for that, then yes, I would highly appreciate a Kraft single. What's a Kraft single? Damn, you're giving it to me? Oh, you're giving it to Safi. Okay. They don't have Kraft in the UK. I assume because American cheese, it's by its definition exclusive to the States. But basically, it's a type of cheese that's like, imagine the color yellow. Like, that's what the cheese looks like. all things considered, they're like a nice treat, but they are very much like a little salty thing. Sorry if I'm getting specific about the curls. I need them to be a certain way to make them look good, or I'll die. Order in the disorder, if you will.
How do you come with birthdays for your characters? That's an amazing question, XYB. So, when you think about birthdays, there's different ways to go about it. The first way to go about it is just literally close your eyes and throw a dart and just generate whatever you gotta, because fundamentally it doesn't matter. Two, if you want to get a little spiritual with it, you can do either like seasons, you know, like, oh, this person seems like a spring baby, you know, you can think of it that way. You can also think of it with horoscopes, of course. You know, there are water signs, air signs, and individual horoscopes. Those are truly for the mentally ill, I would say, because horoscopes have their own little subculture of, if you're a Leo, then you're an XYZ, which I feel is definitely a strain of mental illness. But it's still fun to engage with regardless. But yes, if you want to give all of your OCs your birthday, there's literally nothing stopping you. I will say. Live how you want to live. The way I choose my OC's birthdays is partly numerical, because I assign numbers to my characters, and it is also a sign of mental illness to be able to look at those and be like, well, if I put a 5 in their birthday, it fits in with the symbolism of the 5 numbers in their life, which is, like, listen, don't get me wrong, again, illness, but it's kind of how I roll. But also, I like to choose days that have some kind of significance. Like, an obvious one is basically, like, Adam, for example. Adam's birthday is at the literal end of the year, December 31st. There is a simple reason for that. There's a long essay reason for that. The simple reason is that it's the end of the year. It's the, you know, it's the dusk before dawn. It's the beginning of the end of the beginning, etc. There's a lot of like time symbology you can get from it, which is why a day that has that kind of extreme connotation within the whole calendar as a whole is like nice. Same why I believe Corona's birthday is January 1st, or at the very least very closer to the beginning of the year, you know. Damn near everyone in the 200th program is born the 1st. Not everyone! Not everyone! That is not the case. Mind you. Let me check my handy dandy calendar that has the birthdays of, okay, that's Matt, that's Seal, that's Corona, that's Patricio, And that's Bree. Alright, I am not beating the allegations that a lot of them are born on the first of the month. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 17, which is less than 50%, mind you. But perhaps it made sense in the moment. So if you will forgive me for a little bit of that, we don't have to think too much about that. We don't have to think too much about that right now. Mara as well? Oh. What is that? Is that 6? Is that 6 out of 16? What was the number I came up with? Ah, yes. So that's 1, 2. There's a January, April, May, August, September, and December. That is 6. I'm using my secret calendar that no one else has access to. The secret calendar on the secret page. But, yes, you are correct. That is 6. However, again, I say, that is not the majority. So, you know, you can't blame me for being uncreative. I have my reasons, okay? There are reasons. There's method to the madness. You just have to wait 10,000 years for the comic to finish, and then you will understand. Actually, let's keep it this low, and then to make it fit, this has to also be low. Sorry, I get very particular about hat brims because I'm not good at them. I'm not good at it, so I have to be particular about it. My characters who are triplets are born on December 3rd. 12-3. Yeah. Does anyone here smoke? Eustace, don't tell me you vape. Or God, I mean, I guess you are in Britain, where, like, smog kind of has infiltrated your lungs at this point. And also just, like, Europe in general. I do not personally smoke. In my opinion, if I were to ingest anything, it would be through edibles, because I think that does less damage to your lungs. Also, I feel like smoking is for nerds. In fiction, it's kind of hot, but in real life, it is stinky and bad for you. In media, the smoking has aura. Everywhere else, no. Yeah, exactly. Same with guns, honestly. Someone with a hardcore weapon in media, like a hot, yeah, you know, shoot me, kill me. But in real life, hell no. Vaping in media is something never portrayed. XYB, have you never, like, watched an adult cartoon? I mean, you probably shouldn't at your age, but you know what? I agree with you. Vaping is never portrayed. You should never seek out media that features vaping. At the very least, sincerely. Wow, Fluttershy! Did you actually eat my forever weed brownie? The what? Yeah, the forever weed brownie! You're gonna be on a constant high! Oh my gosh, I should invite everyone over! Oh no.
Weird how that comic is kind of evergreen now. My Little Pony, your impact is always remembered. Isn't cartoons made for kids? Well, here's the thing, XYB. Let's look at history. The very first cartoons, like Looney Tunes, Betty Boop shit, like grown-ass adults with suit and ties and pipes walked into theaters and watched them. So, no, historically, cartoons have not been solely for kids and co-opted by adults. In some cases, cartoons have actually been co-opted by children. It's just the culture that you are familiar with. Now, am I saying that cartoons definitely have a reputation for being made for kids because that's just how media works these days? Yes, absolutely. Is there also cartoons that adults watch that they claim are actually secretly made for adults because of how mature they are, but they're actually still super made for kids? Yes. Also, absolutely. Is animation as a whole a children's medium? No. Definitely not. The term cartoon may confuse you because when you think of cartoon, you think inherently juvenile, but cartoon is literally just is a shorthand for animation that is like a little silly, and that is by no means restricted to an age group. Even though adult animation can definitely have its moments of being juvenile. Famously.
Ooh, underscore has a song. You don't like BoJack Horseman? Well, XYB, I'm not gonna lie. Considering at one point you said you didn't want characters you like to become in their 20s because then they'll be ugly, I feel like a show like BoJack Horseman isn't something you would enjoy until you're a bit older. So that's a perfectly, like, you're fair to think of it now, along with your other pubescent thoughts. Ooh. Love theme from Spartacus. Yusuf Latif. Ooh, underscore. I'm fucking with this. Saying is very picky with art styles and they love BoJack Horseman. See, the thing about BoJack Horseman is that, yes, it is very ugly, and the creator's art style does have that kind of like American political cartoon, almost kind of like sketchy roughness to it, but once you get over that, it's genuinely really good. Like, it's not like Big Mouth where I look at it and I'm like, I physically can't handle it because the eyes and lips are too much. Fans of a certain lo-fi beatmaker may be familiar with this melody. Ooh. Nice. XYB, fundamentally, if you get anything from this conversation with us, you can like what you like, and if you have a bias towards things that are pretty and nice, that is absolutely your prerogative. But also know that, both as an artist and as someone who, you know, is a person who watches and enjoys things to enrich their life, I believe that diversity is the slice of life, and you should go out of your comfort zone now and then to see what life has to provide. And that includes sometimes trying out things that are a little ugly. You know?
Sometimes it means drawing things that are a little ugly. Like, that's something I'm still trying to do. Because everyone I draw ends up being, like, baby girl Atron 6000. So, you know, I gotta work on that. But at the very least, it's something that I know that is a kind of weakness of mine. Try watching something poop and pee colored and see if you like it. Oh my god, like AI animation? Cause of the piss filter. Anyway. I feel like I'm not gonna read the entirety of Wildfire's monologue. I feel like sometimes they have correct shit to say, but the audience that it's aimed towards is not exactly the type of audience that would sit down and read it and go, I really learned something from this, you know? Like, I appreciate you saying that, Royal, and you're spitting. I just feel like in some cases, it's better to translate what you're trying to say into digestible skibbity dialogue for the youngins. You're all good, though. But I will say, XYB, the more that you start clowning on us old heads, quote-unquote, 20-something-year-olds, the more that I will, be less nice to you. I'm trying out here saying, and they're telling me to watch Skibbity Toilet. See, this is kind of the experience of interacting with like a generation below yours, because there's a certain point to which they're kind of like brain rotted, and you know, there is clearly an ability to, oh, the song is done, thank you, _ sorry, Sego, won't do it again. You're forgiven. You're forgiven. But what I'm trying to say is that, like, it's fine for you to joke around and stuff. Like, we're not genuinely offended when you say, if you're in your 20s, you're old as fuck, and your bones are gonna disintegrate if you bend a joint or whatever. But there's a point where we're trying to genuinely engage with you at a discussion, and it kind of feels like we're walking in circles here. I don't want Skibbity Toilet either, but it's apparently super good. I mean, well, I hate that this is where the standards are, but it is made by, like, a person who has aspirations and goals, so it's not inherently bad, it's just kind of, what could it possibly want to contribute to the world? I guess that's the... I don't believe XYB has the firm and fast opinion that animation is for children. I do not believe that is what they're saying. Like, clearly their beef is with adult animation in specific. If it's for adults, it should look like that. It shouldn't look like it's for kids. Okay, I definitely see what you're saying, XYB, because I think that's kind of a... There's nuance in the discussion to be had there, because on one hand, yes, an adult cartoon can definitely attract a younger audience if it presents itself as something that can easily be mistaken as a thing for children. I think there's something especially, I would say, malicious about cartoons that
actually not malicious, but what's the word? Like, for example, like South Park is a good example of a show that's been running for a very long time, and its draw and its style is that it's very cartoonish and simple, and if you like glanced at it, you would assume, like without knowing anything, that it was for children because it's so simple and cartoonish and whatnot. And I do get that that can influence children to try to watch it and expose themselves to subjects that they are wholly not prepared for. But it's again, it's a discussion to be made because it's not on the creators themselves for to make sure to compromise their artistic vision, quote unquote. Make it more unappealing to kids. Actually, I feel like that's a that's a strange ask, and I don't know because see, here's the thing, XYB. Your fundamental argument is adult animation should specifically not appeal to kids, so it can only attract adults and not kids, their target audience. The problem with that argument is that, one, like Royal Wildfire saying, ugliness is subjective. The scale of childish and iconographic to super realistic and, you know, human detailed, like the spectrum is so wide and varied that like an adult animated show like Archer, for example. Like Archer, I would say, is a show that very much looks like something that is for adults because it is on that scale of realistic that is more so appealing towards older people, and it's not like particularly childish. And like on the other hand, see, this is such an interesting discussion because I see what you're trying to say. I see what you're trying to say, in that there definitely is a conversation to be made in which something like Hazbin Hotel, for example, which you brought up, there is something sort of. There is something unfortunate about it attracting a much younger audience, and for subject matter that are clearly they shouldn't be engaging with, but because it looks so dynamic and, you know, it has that Visipop art style, it just, you know, it's same with, you know, like a lot of indie animation, like Amazing Digital Circus, for example. But can you guys tell I don't know what I'm talking about? Never really watch adult cartoons. Actually, the fundamental thing is that I appreciate you trying to express something that you're clearly still figuring out, and I think rather than telling them, you know, you don't get it, you know, you don't know what you're talking about, I think it's more productive to engage with them. Guys, I just feel like I want to have discussions like these because I want to understand how people feel, and then I don't want us to pile on and say that, you know, you shouldn't be thinking this, you should be like, because in my opinion, like we all have limited perspectives, and I think we should be more generous and have some room for like understanding that sometimes we're just saying our thoughts and all that, and we don't want to be telling people that what you feel is something that you have to get over unless it's like something that is like pretty bad. So XYB, ultimately, I think that this is a really interesting discussion we're having, and you're not wrong for having your assumptions and beliefs, especially when it comes to certain pieces of media. Like, for example, the Hazbin Hotel thing, I totally agree. I do think it is really unfortunate, and in some ways, you know, there can be ways to circumvent the child audience being inadvertently introduced to a piece of media just from how it's presented. I think there's definitely ways that the show's creator and, you know, production and marketing and all that, there are ways that you can circumvent that. And but I do disagree that the art style being unappealing to children is the solution. I don't believe that's the way to go because it's just way too varied for that. And I also agree that
Your standards of what is pretty and ugly are going to fluctuate. They may stay the same as well, and you are entitled to be drawn to the media you like and the media you don't. But I would say you wouldn't. It's bad to judge people's moral code by their appearance. We do not do that here. There's a lot of jokes on the internet saying, this person is wrong, and also look at this picture of them, they're ugly, which proves my argument because beauty equals moral goodness. I don't subscribe to that personally. I really dislike it when people do that, especially because it's that meme where if you're insulting someone's appearance, it's gonna bounce off of that person who doesn't care, and it's gonna affect someone who does look like that and they're like a decent person. So, in my opinion, I think that grace should also be extended to art styles that you may perceive as ugly or distasteful, and you should have some room for understanding when it comes to assigning that with good or badness. Because don't get me wrong, there are art styles and art out there that are ugly and also bad, but these are not inherently intertwined with each other. And that is what I want you to come away with in this discussion, okay? We don't want to moralize beauty in real people, and in the same way, art is a big spectrum. There's a lot of things that you can get out of it in a lot of different appearances, and you want to, again, you can make your own decisions, moralize it, but at the end of the day, you want to be a little more open-minded about things that you may not understand at first. Listen, you can look at it and then try an episode or two and be like, I'm done, this is not my shit. That's fine. But if you're just looking at it from the outside in, it's best to reserve some of that judgment because you have not tried it for yourself. That is what I believe. Should I watch that horror show now? XYB, I'm gonna be so for real. If you look at that show and think I can't get through it because it's so ugly, I would recommend waiting a few years. I'm not gonna lie. There are some shows that, like, for me, like, I have to be in a good state of mind in order to be like, I'm ready to get over my own personal hangups to actually sit down and come into this with an open mind. Like, that is perfectly human to be, by the way. Like, I know a lot of people who would, even if you said I would have forgot, that's so valid. Like, there are plenty of people who are like, I know this art or this piece of media, like, I have to get over my own little hangups in order to enjoy it, and that's perfectly fine. You gotta do you. But it may tackle topics that are beyond your maturity to engage with the fullest. Yeah, definitely. Like, BoJack Horseman is one of those shows. I'm not saying, like, you need to have a 3,000 IQ to watch a show like that. It's just one of those shows where it gets into some heavy stuff, especially since it's about American Hollywood culture. So it's gonna get dark. So if you're coming in with that understanding, then good. If you're not, then you may want to grow up a little bit. Just for, getting the show, of course, and also just for your own entertainment, I'm not gonna lie. Like, for me personally, like, I know some cultural references in BoJack Horseman, but, like, there are some things, like, references to celebrities and movies I just didn't get until I was older and was like, oh, I know what they're referencing. Like, that's one of those things where you just gotta experience it first to enjoy it. I know it was your dad that put you on Attack on Titan when you were 5, but I'm not your dad. I agree with the others. Yeah, we're not gonna put you on some shit just because we're gonna watch it around you. Like, that's not what we're about. Anyway, ooh, let me look at what's around here. Because there's some chill music, but I wanna have something that's, like, nice. Chill Tomodachi live music! To celebrate Tomodachi coming to the Switch! It's a tremendous day. It's a good day to be a fan. And I know no one here has particularly, bad intentions. I know we're all generally good intention here, but just to the non-XYB members of the chat, I'm not saying everyone should
have my way of expressing and saying things, but if we could have a little bit more grace when speaking to someone who is very clearly, like, you know, younger and may not understand what they're saying, and, you know, understandings may be hazy. It's just that you know, maybe it's just me and like how I try to give people grace when it comes to a lot of things, but if we could all be a little more patient and a little more like waiting for people to fully elaborate on what they mean before coming to a conclusion about their worldview and then making a statement about that. That's all. No one's in trouble here. We're all having fun. I just want to make that clear, because I know that expressing your opinions and talking in a text-based medium is bound to open up some inferences. I'm doing the thing, fuck, I can never escape it. Implications that are lost in the text medium is just... And I, as someone who is speaking, I have some privileges because I can convey emotional and tonal things, but if we could all be good, we're having fun. It's Gabby. She's here. Saying, I will add you to my Tomodachi Island. You're gonna add me? Wait. XYB, I need to know who else you're adding onto the island, because what if I, like, start dating fucking Excelsius Winter or some shit? I don't think I would consent to that. Or would I? Depends. But the fact of the matter is, I need to know the pool of applicants in this group. I need further context, is what I'm trying to say. Depends. Well, have you seen the man's washboard abs? Anyway. I will make you date a pretty and kind girl, maybe. Aww. Well, what I like to do is, I've seen people do this with the demo, is that, like, I saw a creator who is, gay put in Leon Kennedy and make Leon Kennedy bisexual, and then add, Ada, what is her name? Ada Wong? And make her also bisexual, and then let the gods decide who Leon is going for, him or Ada Wong. And I think that's how Tomodachi Life should be used. It's just like, you put your sexualities and your personalities there, and then everything else is just a roll of the dice. People would fuck a wooden plank if it had abs. Hey, I know what you're referencing, and it's not just because he's a white man, okay? I have standards. It's mostly because he's fictional. My real life standards are way different from this. Trust. In the realm of fictionality, anything is possible. Ada Wong. Yeah, I'm not personally familiar with Resident Evil. I just know that some people are very hot and there are mods to put them in like G-strings and shit, which I guess I'll respect it. I know nothing else about it, so I have no choice but to respect it. The Leon Kennedy tramp stamp mod, yes. I don't like Resident Evil because they're evil residents. Dude, what the fuck? Don't scare me like that. Oh my god. I didn't know that. What the hell?
No one told me evil resided in there. What the fuck? Oh my god, warn me next time. Actually, I think this arm is a little too long now that I'm looking at it. I'm gonna have to take this hand and squeeze it back a little bit. Like this much. Real Tomodachi heads. No, this is the clothing store. Is it? No, it's the ranking board. Fuck! I'm not a real Tomodachi head! Fuck! Just kill me. Execute me in the town square right now. Instead of everyone gathering for the donating the money, it's everyone gathering in front of a guillotine. They're executing me tomorrow in the town square. Sorry, I heard something slightly groovy and fun, and I assumed it was clothing, but that definitely wasn't it. And now they're gonna kill me. I'm feeling a lot better after hanging out and stream for a bit. I love to hear that! I love it when my stream proves medicinal to those who peruse it. Because the alternative is the stream being a net negative on someone's health, which I don't think I could live with that in my conscience. Truth be told. Imagine someone like messaging me saying, "Hey Sang, I've been a longtime fan for a couple years now, been subbed for like a few of them. So turns out that the longer I've been on stream, the more I've developed several illnesses that I cannot recover from. Just letting you know, bye." That would kind of be devastating, even as a joke. Hey Sang, I've been watching your streams for a while, so much so that I dropped out of school because my grades plummeted because I was watching your streams too much. I'd be like, oh my god, I should stop streaming forever. Jesus Christ, imagine. Underscore subscribed! No subscription notif. Sometimes it does show up, sometimes it doesn't. Weird how that happens. Because it definitely does show up sometimes. You know what? Maybe it only shows up on the resubs and not the original subs. Which is weird because it definitely should work. I wonder if someone else could subscribe for the first time and test this out. I'm kidding. Thank you Underscore for subscribing for 1 month. You are Kevin. Thank you. Thank you Underscore. Much appreciated. The fish and Pokemon dance, but nothing else. Yeah, it's just a weird Streamlabs thing, maybe. I wish I could change the test widget Kevin thing, but that's kind of all I'm left with. Ooh, but you're a 12-month subscriber. You got the 1-year badge. Yeah, like a nice little Onyx Kirby. That's what's up. Bro, why isn't the notif going up? Why isn't the notification going up? That's crazy. I saw that in real time. What the hey? Man. Stream alerts. What the hell? Cause like I definitely get it for like raids and follows and stuff. But for some reason subscriptions is weirdly finicky. You know what? I'm gonna do this live. I'm gonna go to my alert box in Streamlabs and see what's going on. And thank you, Safi, for subscribing. Because that definitely seems to be a wider issue that I would want to rectify. Let's see, alert box. Okay, that person is following. Subscriptions, Kirby Fire.
Yeah, it looks like this is all here. And then there's the variations. Yeah. Hold on. Is there a way I can test this here? Hold on, let me test this. Streamlabs. Which... Yes, see? It works on Streamlabs! What the hey? They hate my ass! They hate my ass. Maybe it's the tier 1 subscription. Like, gift subs in tier 2 and 3 and all that work. So, maybe subscription. Can someone quickly subscribe with tier 2 so we can test it? I'm kidding. But it truly is a little confusing how this is working. Okay, so now I've made a separate tier 1 enabled. Monthly subscription tier is tier 1. Okay. Now I've made a separate one that is subscription tier 1. And I'm gonna save that. And hopefully that'll work. Oh no, that's a resub. Subscribe at tier 1, yeah. And I'm gonna save that. I had to cancel out of fear of the other week. I can no longer destitute, I can't afford it, no! Well, I added something to Streamlabs, so I hope that works. Subscription tier is tier 1. I hope that does it. Okay, well, we will find out the next time someone subs. But, anyway. My message was the exact opposite of what you read. Oh no, it says I'm no longer destitute and I can afford a subscription again. And I had to cancel out of fear the other week. Gotcha. My interpretation was, you canceled future subscriptions because you are destitute and can no longer afford it. So in a way that was an incorrect interpretation, my apologies. Whew. Yeah, that's definitely better with the arm. Sometimes you gotta look at the proportions of your character and be like, this arm is this long, and this arm is this long, and that should be longer. So you just gotta lower the arm a little bit. You know, in a way, if I am your little me in your little screen, this is the song that would play if you're checking up on me and what I'm doing. When you think about it. Ah, you surprised me. I'm hungry. I can't do the voice. Imagine if I could, though. I bet there's some good me impersonators out there. Could you imagine? Now that's a skill. I know there are people who, you know, were responsible for being Siri or whatever, but I haven't actually heard a me impersonation. That would own, though, I think. Also, XYB, that is very kind of you, to say that if I were a mosquito, you wouldn't kill me. Mosquitoes are helpful, but no one ever talks about it. I feel like they're a net negative on the world because they carry all sorts of diseases. But you're not wrong with that general attitude that everyone's important in the ecosystem. Yeah, they're pollinators. Yeah, they're also pieces of shit, though. Yeah, man. I have the same feeling with, like, ticks and stuff. Like, yes, you know, like animals eat them, so they're good as prey, and since they're bugs, they got other things. I think the diseases are helpful. I mean, a lot of them not so much, but I mean, that's, you're free to think that way. I'm definitely not 100% right. Also, some people hate this song. I need a 12th opinion. I'm the 12th disciple! I must hear this. Dragon's Den, Pokemon Gold Silver Crystal soundtrack. Is it gonna kick in? Alright, I'm waiting to, I can wait another 4 beats. There's a sauce to it. There's a sauce to it. I will admit that the unfortunate thing about Gen 2 songs is that, yes, it is very crispy. Like, I feel like, you know how the art style is like the pixels? I feel like this is the audio version of pixels, where it's just like the notes are like sharp and in my brain. And I can understand that. But it's not a song that's particularly like, it has a dissonance that is grating. Like, the original Lavender Town theme song, it has such a tonal dissonance that I can't listen to it for too long or I get like an actual headache. This is not that bad. Also, the beat is kind of... There's something about it. At least the beat like changes a little bit, you know? There's something to it. It's repetitive in a creepy way. Yeah, and it's supposed to be the Dragon's Den, so it gives you a sense of, like, danger. Which I think is effective. So yes, if you need me to be the 12th disciple when it comes to opinions, there you go. I fuck with it. Like, I'm not, like, its strongest soldier, mind you. I just think it has its merits, that's all. Oh, National Park. As a treat. As a treat. I was trying to channel the IShowSpeed video where he loses another level of like a Mario game and he starts just vibing out. I'm not as iconic as him, unfortunately. Gosh, just pure comfort. Okay, I think that's good for the lines. So, let's start coloring. Specifically this sound font. There's something very smooth about it as opposed to the crispity crunchy one we heard prior. La da da da. La da da da.
I feel like a lot of discussions, thought-provoking discussions with XYB would be, I would say, enjoyed better on both sides if y'all treated it more as if like a kid throwing out stuff during a class and less as someone like posting about their definite opinion. Like we're in a we're in a like a hypothetical weed circle right now. We're just vibing. I think that's the attitude that we should have. Anyway, chill tomodachi. Let's turn that up a little bit. I don't like treating kids like they're stupid. It's less like treating kids like they're like, hey man, none of the shit you say matters. It's not like that. It's more like you gotta understand that there's a level of irony that they're working on that they're not willing to engage with certain subjects with complete sincerity. And I feel like the way you can I would say connect with that is to also disconnect a little bit. I'm not saying disconnect entirely, mind you. Like, I remember being a senior in high school and then having a friend who's a freshman, long story, we were on the swim team growing up, so it just kind of happened, but we were friends. And so she casually made a, like, I'm killing myself joke, and I did have to snap myself into like adult moment and be like, hey, don't joke about that. Like, yeah, I know it's a funny thing to joke about, but like, don't joke about that. Not in front of me. And like, so for that moment I was like, yeah, I can't do that. But otherwise I was just like, man, like whatever. You're gonna learn better eventually. Oh no, I'm not calling out. I'm not trying to call out anyone specific in chat. If there is a royal we chatter, that's who I'm talking to. I am incapable of doing that because I know ironic and non-serious jokes can lead the— Yes, yeah, I'm not saying joke about serious things. Man, I'm just— Man. Maybe I, in my limited vocabulary, cannot express exactly what I'm trying to say. And that's fine. Also, if I may interject, I haven't actually been reading what XYB's been saying. I feel like— Can I have like a TLDR on what the fuck this conversation is? Because usually I can just like take a peek and be like, oh yeah, this is what we're talking about. All right, I can interject a little bit. Like, but what are we doing? Just like real quick. What saying means to say that I'm not fully developed, right? And so some of the things I say aren't fully serious or something. Yes, that's essentially what I'm trying to say. Is that because they are young, I don't mean to say that, don't ever treat them seriously and always treat them like they're a dumb kid. I don't mean that. I mean that they're clearly looking for understanding and it's I don't know, it's just like, if you give them too much harsh judgment, I feel like that's going to be counterproductive to the knowledge and development that they're clearly looking for. That's what I'm trying to say. I feel like a lot of XYB's discussions, I'm not gonna lie, are them just very honestly saying their thoughts that can easily be misconstrued as very incendiary statements. And then when someone says, "So do you mean to say that this?" and they're like, "No." And that's why I feel that it's like I don't know. I feel like there's some communication gaps that we should, I don't know. Clothing store, that's the one! Yeah! Thank you, Safi. What would I do without you? Humans are part of nature. The solution isn't to get rid of us. The solution is to return to a way of being that is more harmonious. I agree with underscore XYB. And I do understand on a certain level that fear of like... Because in some ways, you are correct. The fear of humans are doing damage to the Earth would be better without us. It's an understandable fear to have for a number of reasons, but there are ways for humans to coexist with the planet. Like, there are plenty of, like, there are lots of, you know, like native cultures, for example, that live in ways that are deeply respectful to the ecosystem, and they deserve to exist, you know. So, underscore really puts it into words better than I could. If I could, maybe it's kind of a project in itself to try to make sense of your words. And I don't mean that in a rude way, XYB. It's just that it can be hard to make a statement based off of thoughts that can be of themselves hard to verbalize. I think the statement of, like, if diseases didn't exist, I think humans would be the next scary thing. It's the idea that humans, like animals, need some kind of natural threats in order to, you know, make sure that they don't quote-unquote overpopulate and disrupt the balance of things. I believe that's what you're trying to say, in that, like, that's why diseases are important, because it's why death is important, because in order for life to exist, there has to be a balance, and it's like a natural thing. If that is what you're trying to say, XYB, I understand. That's what you mean? I got it! Yay, I got it! Yay! Medal for me! They're not saying that, you know, they're not making a statement on overpopulation, which is a loaded subject, mind you, and can very easily be weaponized for a lot of eugenics-y bullshit. I believe what they're trying to say is they're trying to put a positive spin on something like disease by saying that, you know, it's natural in the same way that, you know, like I said, like that death is natural, that decay and illnesses and all of that are natural. I don't think they're saying that it's good, praise disease and all that. We are on the same mathematical wavelength? Oh my god. I can't believe me voicing Eustace Winter has had a direct correlation with me understanding the Eustace is my god and savior in my chat. Sometimes that's how it works. The biggest cause of death is cardiovascular disease? Oh, I think I remember hearing something about that. Like, it's always heart-related stuff. Which kind of makes sense, because brain stuff, like, you can keep surviving, chugging along as it decays, but heart stuff, once it's over for you, it's kind of over. Admittedly. You thought that, okay, XYB, you thought the biggest human cause of death was people killing other humans? You do know that human murder is, I guess, like, homicide is kind of an it's an eccentric, obviously it's everywhere, but it's an outlier when it comes to most societies. I mean, of course there are wars and, you know, stuff that are killings in a broader sense, but no, I'm definitely not too surprised that it's because of, like, a human condition. There's a book called Humankind, A Hopeful History, if you want an evolutionary perspective on the ways humans' goodness has led to the creation of civilization. Yeah, dude, that's like some hope core shit. Because as much as, you know, it's depressing and, you know, real to learn about humanity's damage and climate change and all that, it's also, you know, it's not all doom and gloom. You know? Humanity in and of itself is not like God's mistake on Earth, you know? And it kind of bums me out when people think that way, because yes, I understand why you can think that way because of the actions of some very powerful individuals, but also it's just like, I don't know, humanity's been around for so long and it has so much good that you have to sometimes ground yourself to remember all the good. I think only women can do good in this world. I mean, hashtag woman, dude. That's definitely something Eustace Winter would say when he realized that being a feminist means winning in wokeness. Definitely a canon event. Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that, XYB. There's a very large number of people to die in a country just in a year. Jesus. I guess the UK is very big. Like, it's not just... It's kind of a mass of countries. It isn't? Wait, am I stupid? Isn't United Kingdom, like, the whole gist of United Kingdom is that it's... Like, Great Britain is the one part, and then UK is the collection? I may be stupid. Nice. The UK size is like 4 states in America. Is that you arguing that it's not that big? Because that's actually quite big, depending on which state you're talking about. What song is this? Blind! It's the Blind Date song! I feel like I would have recognized it sooner, but I guess not. I guess I'm so used to it being ba-da-da-da-da-da. You know the one. Is this the proposal dinner? Oh, fancy restaurant. Ew. Oh, this reminds me of Hoenn trumpets. The sexiest trumpets there've ever been. Iowa, Nebraska. Oh my god, you're naming a lot of Midwestern states who are notoriously huge. And honestly, those were the states I was thinking of. So yes, I understand it is huge. Sometimes it's good to have perspective as an American, because when we think of, like, a country, America as the barometer for a country is kind of fucked up, because most countries don't have 50 territories in it. 50 territories in which, like, some of them could qualify as their own country. Wild. Hold on, I'm trying to do some magic here, because this is clipped onto this layer, so I'm trying to make it so it's exactly. Trying to do some magic here. Okay, it's that, and then I'm gonna take the body layer, invert it. There we go. Okay, I did the magic. It took a couple steps. How can Rhode Island be a state if it's an island? I don't know. Ask Italy why it has a bunch of little Italies there. Oh, I just realized I need more than the thing. I need this to cover the eyelash too. This much. I forgot Hawaii is in America. It's too beautiful. It doesn't belong there. I would agree with you, XYP. Many native Hawaiians would agree with you. Also, I'm fully gonna admit to being an ignorant American, because sometimes I forget that there are, like, Central American territories that are technically American. Like, hold on. Is Puerto Rico an okay, it is a United States territory. See, that's the shit I just don't remember on a everyday basis. Like, the way I do remember that is that every now and then, like I'm a passport agent, so, like, I have people, come in for passport applications and stuff, so like I should know that off the cuff. The UK is more evil than America? Well, yeah, UK is America's dad. Where do you think all the evil came from?
Oh, love is in the air.
I feel guilty. You shouldn't feel guilty, XYB. You were not involved in all that. It's okay. Oh yeah, that is a very, you don't learn about this in American history when you hear about the Nazis, but yeah, Wildfire makes a good point. They were like, we want to be like America when it comes to fucking segregation and discrimination and eugenics and genocide and all that shit, which should probably be like a telltale sign of like the state of America in general, not just at the time, but they don't teach you that in the history books, that's for sure. Let me fill in her lips. It looks unnatural without it. The coloring in of the lips just makes it look so much more natural than just the lines. Those lips are great. Thank you! You know what? Lips are actually pretty diverse in color. Like, my go-to when it comes to dark-skinned lips are always, like, darker on the top, lighter on the bottom. It's actually not that black and white. They can actually both be, like, darker, and I just stylize it like this. Is it because of Steven Universe? It may be slightly because of Steven Universe. I know Steven Universe influenced like a good chunk of my art style, but when it comes to the light colored bottom lip and the dark colored upper lip, I definitely got it from somewhere. Somewhere, I don't know. Let's work on the eyes a little bit. And let's also, since we're here, the eyes that I use for Gabrielle here are actually a pretty good model to use. So.
I feel my brain melting out of my ears. I'm gonna move to a different playlist.
That's a bit better. Much love to Tomodachi Life. It's just some songs are not conducive to long form.
What if you go to America and you're at school and everyone starts singing and dancing and they shine the spotlight on you? Dude, like in High School Musical,
As we all know, known documentary of America, High School Musical. Sometimes I think that just kind of happens. But as long as you relegate yourself to the background and don't let the camera and mic show you, then you should be fine. My fear of music. What are you, the mom from Coco? There's just something fundamentally funny to me about the idea of someone going, I'm not really into movies. I'm not really into music. Just like a whole genre of things. I guess a lot of people weren't into movies when they were first like invented, so that's like recent enough. But music is crazy.
Singing killed my grandma, okay? Now leave me alone.
Dude, I will, in fact, step up for the Trolls movies. I am that adult in your life who is way too knowledgeable and passionate about the Trolls franchise. Get it twisted. Like, yes, that first movie is more so on the childish side. It is still a classic movie. It can be enjoyed. That second movie, banger, has so much to say about racism and colonialism. Awesome. Probably my favorite because of all the different genres. Third movie, pretty good. Great villains, great animation, songs, moments. Can't wait for the fourth one, because Anna Kendrick and Justin Timberlake have wonderful chemistry, and they're also very talented.
What if we were cats and I was a blueberry and you were a strawberry? Wait, Safi, that's us! You're the blueberry and I'm the strawberry! Wait, this works out! Royal Wildfire, what is your favorite fruit? Everyone say their favorite fruit. I know we've had a fruit discussion before, but those were kind of like general fruit opinions. But if you have favorites, peaches? Aww, aww, peaches, aww. That's a really good choice. Underscore big banana guy, my man, I love me a banana. Aww, that's cute. There's something about fruit that's just so like, yeah. I fuck with you. Mango? Dang, XYB, that's taste. Literally, taste. That's the stuff. I'm glad we all have great taste in fruit. My second favorite is grape, so that qualifies as, you know, filling in the blanks there. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not the kind of person to like bite into, you know, a raw peach, but like peaches in pie or a cobbler, as well as those little plastic cups where you have peaches in the water, fuck with that. I fuck with that way more than like applesauce or some shit. I had a very traumatizing event that happened as a kid where the teacher asked me if I wanted the peaches or the applesauce, and I didn't know what applesauce was, so I said applesauce hoping it was the peaches, and it wasn't.
And so I had to eat applesauce and it sucked. It was bad. I don't like applesauce. I like apples, I don't fuck with the sauce, unfortunately. I love applesauce. More for you, my man. More applesauce in the world for you. Underscore, you're right when it comes to the banana stuff, but it reminds me of the meme that's like, I love grapes. They're easy to acquire and easy to eat. And the person responding saying, if you have anything more to say on this subject, I'm gonna beat the fuck out of you. Wow, that's a good one. Because they're both right. Anyone fuck with pomelo? Isn't that like an orange? That's like it's one of those like strains of oranges where I fuck with clementines heavy, dude. We were a clementine household growing up. It was like you got bananas and clementines, grapes and strawberries, and you're set. Oh man, I just love like the little mini versions of oranges that you can just very easily just like shoo, shoo, peel and eat. Oh man, that was the stuff. When I was small, I would sit in the staff room of my mom's workplace and have a bunch of snacks from an Asian market. Sometimes pomelo was one of them. I would just be tearing apart this giant pomelo sometimes. Aww. That really is the experience, isn't it? I love how you said, like, Asian snacks from a supermarket, and one part of me was like, oh, like a little something in a loud-ass plastic bag, like a crunchy cracker or something. And then you said a big fruit, and I'm like, that's the other genre of Asian snack. We have peach cups in the house, BRB. Dude, this is so important. The best fruits are the fruits you get all dirty and wet eating from. I do not particularly agree, but, you know, we all have our different preferences. In some ways, I actually like the opposite. I like fruits that are more easier to clean up. Like, clementines are nice because you just, like, the peel just peels itself very nice and cleanly. That's why I like it. Also, grapes, that's why grapes are great, you know? It's very easy, no hassle. Grapes are good and easy to acquire. I agree with you, X5B. I used to love the squishy texture of grapes after biting into them, but after eating them every day, they grew on me. Not literally, but yeah. Oh, you used to not love the squishy texture. Oh, interesting. What do you mean the squishy texture after biting into them? As opposed to what? The squishy texture when you don't bite into them? I mean, yes, squishy grapes are rough to get through, but I love a nice firm grape. Squishy just makes, like, no matter the condition of the grape, it just makes me feel like, ugh, this is old and not taken care of. Ugh. crisp grapes. I'm eating this bag of cheese sticks. You ate all your cheese sticks yesterday, now you're eating your brother's? Damn, XYB. Are you sure you should be eating that many cheese sticks? If you need someone to like snap you out of like a food-induced stupor, let this be the time. You should not eat so many of that thing you've been eating all day. How did you know? What did the grape say after getting stepped on? It whined. Ha 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 ha. Ah, ha 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 ha. I did not hit her. It's stupid. I did not hit her. I did not. It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. Just in general, the way grapes squish, regardless of the condition. Oh, interesting. That's so interesting because I feel like grapes are, aside from apples that are like, you know, apples are a notoriously crisp, like hard fruit. Most fruits are like soft and squishy. I guess if your favorite fruit is banana, which are, you know, they don't really have juices in them, I guess it'd be a hard sell for other ones. Oh, hi, Mark. I hope you all are all getting the dopamine rush that I am getting whenever I look at Gabrielle and think about her. Like after this, like I can't make a nature spring themed character who has green and pink because I'll just be making Gabrielle for eternity. I've never seen anyone sell strawberry juice. To be fair, XYB, in Korea they sell like banana milk and strawberry milk and all that. But yeah, strawberry juice is, I would definitely say, rarer in a certain way. Apple juice or orange juice? I will say, as much as I love eating raw oranges as opposed to apples, apple juice kind of wins in this regard. Apple juice is kind of goated. Orange juice, I'm not gonna lie, fights me because it's so strong. Don't even get me started on the pulp discussion. Don't even get me started. If we really wanted to raise like food discussion hell, we'd start conversations like crunchy or smooth peanut butter or pulp or no pulp or some shit, and then we're gonna start a war. Even though it's just completely subjective. Cancel me, ban me, kill me for this. I don't mind pulp. Damn. I think we're all entitled to our opinions, is how we can come away with this. Apple juice versus orange juice just depends on my mood. Honestly, yeah. I feel like orange juice feels healthier because, like, I can taste the vitamin C so much stronger than whatever like, vitamin A or shit is in the apple juice. But I'm not gonna lie. For me, apple juice just like that's a sweet juice. I love that. Well, orange juice is so like tangy. It really needs to be paired with something particular for me to enjoy it. Not just enjoying it on its own.
I love pulp because my mom always makes juice with pulp, and I love my mom. Aww. Yeah.
It's interesting how when you grow up with a certain kind of culinary palate that is totally dependent on what your parent and guardians like cook for you, and then you go to the rest of the world and they're like, oh, this thing that's normal because you grew up with it is just kind of you, bro. Or like it's purely, it's not like normal for everyone, it's like for a specific cultural subsect or something. That's always a wild ride.
I just saw my shark get launched. No, Goose! Wait, did someone attack you? Oh, or did someone bomb the ocean? Oh, that's why. Safi did a mass bomb, so everyone got bombed. This was not targeted. This was a... Everyone went through it together. By the way, Goose, because we've had another person who will not be named not realize that the avatars can be changed, I noticed that you are a shark. You can absolutely remain a shark if you want to, but you can in fact choose your stream avatar to be whatever oceanic animal you want, as well as a Pokemon you want. Just letting you know, because it turns out that fewer people are aware of it than I realize. That you actually have some agency in what creature you can be swimming in the deep sea. See, I know that theoretically, but I don't know how. Oh, well, Goose. So you haven't tried it. Very important. In that case, are you on mobile or are you on a computer? Because either way, you should see a little square that says, a purple square that says SA on it when you like maybe scroll over the touch screen. And through that, if you click on that, you should be able to find the avatar menu. And I would highly recommend people customize their own guys, because I think it makes it feel very personal. And I love that. I want them to be representations of you. Swimming in the deep sea, that is my Twitch stream. Oh, I see. Thank you. Yay! Yay! Again, I'm not ordering you to change what you are. I'm just saying you have options. So feel free to explore them. There are plenty. And of course, not everyone who watches me has to be as obsessed with Pokemon as most of us are. But there are those options as well. Living life without egg. A worse fate than I can imagine. I know, right? God, there are some foods that like I'm
I praise the Lord every day that I don't have any particular, bodily restrictions to eat them, because Lord, imagine like having like a particular ingredient that you always depend on and then suddenly have it be taken away because you just can't physically digest or consume it anymore. Damn. Has anyone had sugarcane juice? Like from Minecraft? I have not had the sugarcane juice, but wait, is it like, when you say juice, like do they milk it? Like, how do they get the juice from it? There's juice in the cane. Oh, is it like coconut milk? Where there's just there's liquid inside of it? Oh, they put it in through the machine. Oh, is it so kind of like, cause it's a plant and it has, water inside of it. Kind of like aloe vera has liquid inside of it. Is it like that? So they juice it. Yeah. My grandmother spontaneously developed an allergy to a bunch of things. Aww. Damn, that's rough. When it happens in old age, that's especially rough. Because, like, what do you mean, like, I gotta learn shit about myself now? What the fuck? Like, that's like getting patch notes for a game that hasn't gotten updated in decades. Like, what the hell? I gotta adjust that now. I would kill myself in Minecraft if I developed a seafood allergy. Dude, genuinely, I said before that, there are certain things you grew up with that you later realize are truly just your family or a specific cultural thing. My mom's thing is putting seafood stock in everything. And to those of you who are unaware of like what exactly it is, you might be like, oh, so everything's gonna taste fishy, ew. First of all, watch your mouth. That's my mom you're talking about. And secondly, it rules. It kind of has that like umami kind of vibe to it. Yeah. So I agree, Safi. I would also be in a very perilous state if I was stuck like that. Oh my god, XYB. I think you've mentioned the pillow fungus before, but I don't think it's really hit me the weight of your words until now. Good lord. I mean, I would hope that you developed an allergy to a fungus, because that's your body's general inclination to be like, I'm out. I'm done. I hope you also don't have that pillow anymore, XYB. And that's why you're mentioning it with like a little haha funny anecdote, because you're not going through that anymore. Right? Right. I change pillows every 4 months? XYB! Okay, firstly, when you say pillows, do you mean like change pillows or clean pillows? Because for me personally, I will admit, when I sleep, I be a little bit of honk shoe and I drool a little bit, and I will see things that will make it evident that things will need to be cleaned. I clean my pillowcases like once a week, maybe every 2 weeks if I'm busy. But like, pillowcases are where your face is going on there. You should be cleaning them relatively regularly. Oh, your pillowcases every week. Okay, so the pillows themselves are changed every 4 months. Okay, good. Whew, I was scared for a moment. I saw God and I did not like it. I recommend it. I'm not gonna lie, it might be less for hygiene reasons, but I might need to change my pillows soon because, like, I'm the kind of bitch that I need a fucking thick pillow. Because I've had, like, my brother handed me down his pillows when I first moved here, and those guys were, like, the saddest tortilla-looking pillows you've ever seen. Like, they were, like, this thick. They were so sad. Like, I would have to pile the two on top of each other to make one decent pillow. And, like, then my roommates, like, got me nice pillows for Christmas, and I was like, thank God. Hallelujah. Did I call myself that? It's okay. It's okay, I'm female passing, I can reclaim that word. But you're right, XYB. I should not call myself that. It's not very nice. In general, I've been getting sort of mindful on how that word in particular is used. Because I feel like it... Because when you really think about it, bitch is often used as a blanket derogatory term for women, and that wouldn't sound so bad if it wasn't for the fact that it's just wholly uncreative in its usage and usually refers to just any woman who you don't like, which I think is indicative of a bad swear. Because, like, you know, when someone's a dick, you know, there's an implication of, like, oh, you're pompous, oh, like, you know, oh yeah, there's a personality type that you can gauge from that. But if someone calls someone like a bitch, like, that could be so many things. It's like, when you boil it down, it just means, like, bad and feminine, which, when you really think about it, I don't fuck with. So I try to limit my usage of that. I mean, sometimes I have a female character who's like, who empowers themselves by calling themselves a bitch, which is its own little, like, discussion, an exception. But, you know, in a certain series that will not be named, there has been a streak of misogyny in which women and men alike are repeatedly called bitches, and that is kind of their only thing. I don't know. You can be a bit more creative about that, is all I'm saying. I will never get rid of my Twizzler pillow. Wait, Royal Wildfire, are you talking about a pillow that's, like, literally, like, shaped like a Twizzler? Like, it's long and it looks like that? Is it like a body pillow where you can go like this? I love those kinds of pillows because I always hug my big stuffed animal when I sleep because I need to sleep in a fetal position all the time. That's not what the Twizzler pillow is. I also do have a body pillow. Gotcha. Okay, so I'm assuming your Twizzler pillow is long and small instead of long and big? I'm just trying to imagine it in my head. I need a new body pillow replacement. I can't really sleep alone. I mean, yeah, if you like to, like, you know, grab and curl around something when you sleep, a body pillow works. A really long stuffed animal works, which is what I do. I have a big, like, Siberian Husky plushie that I got for Christmas a couple years ago, and it is perfect for just, like, wrapping around my whole body. I feel like the issue with body pillows is that it's just kind of like one big long rectangle, which aesthetically is kind of hard to fit into everything. I know we're almost nearing midnight, but I have a feeling I might be able to finish this tonight. I mean, not the blinking. That's gonna take a whole another, like, 15 minutes. But everything else... Also, let me get the nuances of the eyes. Oh my god, do you guys see this? Whole different anatomy happening here. That's crazy. I didn't think it would change this much, but when you really look at it, like, this is cute, don't get me wrong, but there's kind of there's a tightness to it, if that makes sense. This is much more like loose, and you can feel the gravity and the weight and proportions of things. Yeah. Anyway, I was looking at the eyes. The way I did it is the green and the pink. Okay. Sorry, I was trying to find a specific Megan Thee Stallion tweet. Dude, I feel you, bestie. She does have a lot of gems in her repertoire. The nice thing about having just humongous doe-eyed characters is that when you draw the details of their eyes, you have so much space. Megan Thee Stallion is so beautiful. Yeah. She is a wonderful icon. And I love what she does. She's also just really funny. Just to appreciate that, because there's a reason why her tweets are so funny. She's just a really funny person, very witty. There we go. I've been meaning to draw Jesus Christ. You know, if it wasn't Easter weekend, I would have interpreted your sentence as in, I've been meaning to draw Jesus Christ. Totally differently. But because we're in the season of the Lord, I think I've interpreted your words correctly. Which is fair. I've been seeing some fan art and fandom stuff for Jesus, and honestly, I'm a big fan of all that. Again, I would say I'm a very much a lurker in the Christian fandom, not a particularly big participator, but I do love what's going on. Twizzler Pillar posted. Alright. Did I say Twizzler Pillar? Like a caterpillar, but it's a Twizzler? Wait, I kind of cooked with that. The Twizzler Pillar. Oh, it's just... I expected it to be an actual Twizzler, but it's one of those things where it's the bag. Also, Royal, your nails are nice. I know it's not the point, but... Or maybe it is the point because you put your nails right there, but your nails are nice. Where the hell did my Twizzler Pillar go? That is kind of a... Yeah, it's a little funky shape. I love the hand for reference, though. I'm gonna red heart that. Yes. I'm glad you enjoyed my nails. Yeah, dude, I grew up biting my nails, and now I'm at a point where they're healthy-ish, but I still pick at them. So I notice when people have good-ass nails, and not even you know, oh, your nails are I judge them and make sure they're good. Genuinely, if they're healthy, I compliment them, because it is hard to maintain nails. As someone who has suffered through the nail biting phase for many a year. I never cut my nails. Is that weird? You should cut your nails, XYB. I think that's a good habit to get into. Because, if you... I previously had a nail biting phase, and then cutting my nails is a good way of making sure they don't get out of control. Because once they get out of control, that urge to correct it via my mouth and teeth does arise. So it's a way to temper that as well. Just saying. Fundamentally, the nail biting habit comes from a desire to correct and fix, as well as just to have something to do. So, you know, oral stimulation and whatnot. Staring sadly at my nails. Aww. I don't bite my nails, but I do bite the dead skin around them. Dude. Underscore. I don't want to show my thumbs to you because this is a little TMI, so I shan't. But underscore, I am at the exact same lifestyle that you are. In that, like I don't like like a beaver, but there is kind of a like, you know, like a little, you know, it's specifically my thumbs. Like the sides of my thumbs are like a little fucked up, but not like too bad, but it's like kind of fucked up. Oh man. See, you know what the problem is? It's so easy to pick your hand because, like, sorry, I'm doing this thing to you, but like the way my finger goes is that my hand naturally curls in this way, and then my hand just goes this way and it starts picking, bro. Why does it do that? Why do I do that? You know, it was so bad I had to put a band-aid on it. Yeah, it's rough. Listen, it's nothing to be ashamed of, but it's definitely one of those habits that you gotta learn how to break, because it is not good for you. Am I missing anything? Like, any details? We're good on that. Good on... Ooh, excuse me. Maybe like a little bit of the hair. And then I think we can shade and call it a day. Some of the, like, just the line thickness. You can just make the outline nice and broad. Okay. I got overzealous cracking my knuckle. I couldn't sleep because of the pain. Oh my god. Yeah, it reminds me of that discussion we had a couple streams ago about the carpal tunnel. Yeah, definitely. It's scary what little habits can add up to when it comes to health. Yeah, definitely take care of yourselves, guys. I have not had an incident where cracking my knuckles resulted in that kind of pain. Though, to be fair, I don't crack them as much as I used to. Like, it's more like I crack my knuckles than more so I crack, like, the bones in my joints, but that's mostly because of stretching and not like purposefully pushing the knuckles. Alright, let's get started on the final steps. The only color variable that is actually, you know, variable is the color of the blush. Because I am not adding another color into their strict color palette to establish what their blush is. That is truly just whatever I feel like at the moment. And they're consistent enough. You color blush with your heart? I do! I do. One of the few, like, vibes-based coloring tools I use. Alright, and I think what I did, and I have a little you can see over here, I have a little folder of previous full arts, so I have a reference of how I shaded and what percentage I used. So with eyes, I used 30% shade. So I can just go ahead and do that. You know, I'm thinking about Tomodachi Life again, and I explicitly said I shouldn't, and Safi also agreed that we shouldn't, but sorry, I'm thinking about it again. I'm letting it become the topic of discussion again. I said that one thing that they could improve on is the being able to pick their own, like, color code for the characters. Is there anything you guys would like to see as something that they could add in, like, either something that is revealed to be a feature that we haven't seen yet, or something that they could add in an update, potentially? I think it'd be really interesting, and this is a lot to code, admittedly, so this is maybe something for the far future when technology is prevalent, but I think polyamory would be really cool. Like, it would be, because people can have multiple friends, and so the idea of love being something that isn't, like, when it comes to sexual orientation, just have a little check mark that says, monogamous, polyamorous, just like, this person would only have one partner, Actually, I just realized, when it comes to sexual orientation, it is possible to make aromantic people. I just realized, yeah. So, you could do that when it comes to, with your throuple. Dude, there are a good number of throuples where I come from, so I don't blame you there. Yes. But, yeah, it's one of those things where, like, I understand why it's not there, because in video games, polyamory with, like, a free-form world like this is kind of like a coding... I'm not gonna say it's the hardest thing in the world. It's not like making branching paths Disco Elysium style hard, but it's one of those things where it's a lot easier to go without it. So I sort of understand why they don't. But on the other hand, consider... I think my other thing I would like to see that maybe they could incorporate in the future, but maybe not, is I would like to see more variety in body size, if that's a weird thing, because I think when it comes to thickness and thinness, like, it's pretty alright, but I feel like when it comes to height in particular, it's really limited. Like, you can make Miis that are, like, their heads are bigger than their whole bodies. Like, we've reached the minimum. That's fine. I just think that when it comes to... What if we could make Miis that are, like, literally, like, giants? Like,
I understand the technical limitations because like they have to fit in the same houses, they have to fit in like the same doors and interact with the same objects. Like I understand. But I just think if you like push the upper limit like a little bit more, so like the smallest me can look like this, and the biggest me can look like this. Like, they don't have to be super realistic, but just like, I would like to be able to convey not just tall person, but like a giant. I think that'd be fun. Lore accurate agent underscore. Oh my god, underscore, that's you. Do you have any, like, do you wear glasses? Do you have any particular details you'd like me to add to this little guy to make it you? Let me know. This is my present to you right now. Tiny guy. I love doing just little sketches in the middle of stream, because it reminds me that I have free will as an artist. Give him a black jacket, bulging muscles, sunglasses, and a sword and a horse. I'm not gonna do most of that. I'm gonna do this. Katana. Actually looks more like a kitchen knife, but never mind. Hello, Glitched, hello! But actually frizzy hair and put a Nintendo DS. Well, it's too late, underscore. I've drawn you with a sword. What more do you want? I'm assuming this is close to your hairstyle? Frizzy hair? You're welcome. Dual wielding the katana and the DS. This is you, except that this is you. Just like in Me Street Pass. Yes. Anyway. That's... I do special sketch favors if I'm feeling generous. Or if I'm sketching something and then someone says something nice about it, and then I go like, oh, really? And I twirl my hair a little bit. Because I love being validated. Okay. Let's start, shading this bad boy. And so shade is 40%. I have to keep that in mind. Hope everyone is having a good weekend. Yes, back to you, Glitched. I would say we're all having a good time here. I sort of celebrate Easter, so hooray for me. Christ will rise soon. But for those who do not, I hope at the very least this is a nice weekend for y'all, because it's a weekend. Ain't no special reason for it, other than just to have a good one. Don't tell XYB. I think they may have fallen asleep because it's a little late for them. But when they posted in Animal Therapy, and they posted the bunny that they saw, and then they said, I saw a Sangold, implying that they inherently associate me with bunnies, it actually made me really happy. It made me really happy, and I didn't quite convey that in the message because I was trying to play it casual, and I didn't want to write a long message saying what you said made me happy, but I just want y'all to know that that really made me happy. Don't tell them this. I'm gonna remain nonchalant forever, so this is a secret just between you and I. But whenever, like, because I do this with other people, like, I think I associate animals and aesthetics and things with them. Like,
I'm gonna add fruit to that basket, fruit basket, as well, because now I know Royal and Safi's favorite fruits, as well as underscores. You know what? Fuck it. Underscore XYB. I know your favorite fruits now too. So just add that to the mental list of things I will associate you with. But like, when people do that for me, I'm like, oh, I exist. I'm a person who takes up space in people's brains and in the world. Incredible. I don't know, it just makes me sentimental. Also because I fucking love bunnies. That's part of it, definitely. It's a combination of things. Drafting a DM to XYB. No! That Walter White image of him screaming in the car. Don't do it! See, here's the thing. I should not have the responsibility of taking care of a pet until I take care of, like, certain living situation things as well as myself. It's mostly, like, just stability. Nothing particularly concerning. Like, I'm in a safe place and I'm very thankful for where I am. But, god damn, if I ever see a bunny picture and I'm like, man, my life would be improved so much if I had a bunny with me. Ugh. Just one of those things, man. And I know that it's one of those animals that, you know, because they're very much like they're seen as a docile prey animal, so they're seen as, like, easy to take care of. And I know that that's not the case. And in some ways they may be, like, harder because they're more esoteric than, like, cats or dogs per se. But, like, fuck, bro, what I wouldn't do for a bunny, bro. Low genuinely, I feel that, yeah. See, that's the thing about having pets is that, yes, if you haven't had pets before, it will be that moment of like, oh, I'm taking care of a living creature who, like, fundamentally relies on me and loves me, and this has changed the chemistry of my brain. But also, like, the commitment of having a pet is, like, a whole other step to get through, and I need to be in a good place to feel good about committing to that. Like, yes, and a pet can fix me, but it shouldn't be the thing that fixes me. It's kind of like a relationship, you know? It's like, yes, being in it may improve your life, but you shouldn't rely on it too. You should have your life sorted out before you commit to something like that. That's why I've never been in a relationship and never will, because I have to sort my life out first before committing to a person. And Lord knows when that's gonna happen. At least with a pet, I can be like, man, as long as I'm in the right living situation and the financial situation and all of that is all set. With a person, the whole ass person? Holy, don't get me started, dude. My dumbass and how I view dating as something so intimate and so serious may in fact be my downfall. Because what do you mean some people, like, date each other and tell each other their deepest secrets and have so much vulnerability together only to be like, alright, so it didn't work out and so we're not together. Like, what the fuck do you mean? That stuff scares me, bro. What do you mean I gotta open up to the risk of being vulnerable only for it to not work out and so that person is just stuck with all that? Like, I could do it again, but, like, what about that person? Bro. Tangled out here breaking hearts. It's actually quite the opposite, Glitched, I'm afraid. It's quite the opposite. I get no pussy, no penis, absolutely nothing. I am contributing to the to the lack of birth rate in any country you can name of through my prolonged existence. Unfortunately, very relatable. Yep. My parents are starting to wonder when I'm gonna get into a relationship. Insert the Danganronpa meme of the girl on the conveyor belt. Oh, damn. Safi said I've been in a relationship? Oh, you say you've been. So does that mean past or... I mean, you don't have to elaborate. Absolutely not. But at first, I thought you said you are in a relationship, and I was gonna be nosy about it. But also, that is not my right to be nosy. But also, it's kind of my right, because I'm your friends. So I can be a little nosy as a treat. I don't know, I'm the kind of person who's like, some people, when they're like perpetually single, have this perception that it makes them bitter and be like, I hate hearing about couples and love and all that. Me, I'm not like that. I'm nosy as shit. I want to hear everything that happens in your love life, whether it's positive or negative. I just want to hear about you, bestie. I do get the feeling of wanting to be the best version of yourself before committing, but the best version of yourself will likely not come around for a long time. If you want to date, then go for it, I say. Yeah. See, that's the kind of issue with me in general, is the... I guess if you boil it down in a very, if... This is like the third time I'm bringing up this show. I'm really sorry. The show that will not be named. But if I were a character in the show, and the show wanted to make it very clear that I was having this problem, there would probably be a character saying... saying? That's the one with commitment issues, right? That's a long-winded way of saying, I think that my inability to commit to something out of fear of failing at it, whether it be like an application or a relationship or anything, ultimately stems from that. Just sangled things. I mean, I'm not like super embarrassed about saying it because I feel like it's pretty obvious once you get to hear literally anything about me. It's only just a bit embarrassing because I'm just like, why do I still have that shit? Improve. Damn it. I was in a relationship once. One relationship ever. I've only had one partner in my college days. It lasted about half a year. Oh, that's quite a long time though. That's like, what is it? That's like a whole semester? Yeah. Sorry, I was like doing the math of like, wait, is college the one semester or is high school the... Yeah. I had to do the math in my head. Because I know college... Wait a minute. In high school, like, high school is it 4 semesters? What the fuck? I'm like stupid. Anyway, I can't think too hard right now. It's getting late. But I know like college and high school semesters are different, so I that's why I had to do the math in my head. Anyway. I have not been in a relationship. I have gone on dates that have had varying levels of success, as we have all heard from my great stories. Otherwise, I have not... I mean, there were like there were people now and then where I committed to like several dates, and so it was never to a point where it was exclusive. It was just kind of like hanging out, and they were like visibly interested in me, which actually scared me away because I was like, I felt guilty I did not reciprocate to their extent, which again is kind of a me problem more than anything. Like what do you mean I'm scared that I'll never be loved, but then once I am openly like, you know, being attracted to, then I'm like, I'm scared. I'm the hoe when I'm being scared. It's like that. Like, imagine having a fear of, you know, man, what if I commit to something and it turns out to be the wrong thing? And then, like, having someone who genuinely is interested in you, and the new fear is, what if I disappoint them? Because their expectations for me are, like, high, and I fooled them into liking me. your brain will just like self-sabotage you sometimes. Let it be known that these are things I'm bringing up as examples of like bad thoughts. Bad thoughts that will make the situation worse for you before it gets worse. I would like to say I've improved from this scenario, but I haven't actually put myself in a similar situation in a while, so I can't say that for sure. High school is 2 semesters, thank you. Loving the hair volume. Yeah, thank you! Yeah. Gabrielle's hair is nice because it's just kind of a big mass at a certain point. So as long as you shade in a generally consistent manner as to like, oh, this part is the part where it poofs out, and this part is the part where it doesn't, it's gonna look fine.
Okay, that playlist is done. We are breaching midnight. Dude, you guys want to watch Charlotte's Web 1973 free with ads? Hell yeah, let's watch fucking Charlotte's Web, dude. Let's go. Wait, can y'all not see Charlotte's Web? Hold on. Let me skip forward. It doesn't show in picture mode. What the hell? Show Charlotte. It's not showing up. Wait, no. I wanted to show you guys Charlotte's Web. Damn it. They knew. They didn't want to show this because it's a movie. How could they? How could they do this? The New Adventures of Peter Rabbit. Can we watch that? It's rated G, which means anyone can watch who's watching our streams. Please work. No, y'all can't. You can see the caption, but you can't see the movie. This is awful. Well, that's what I get for trying something new. Hello, Kapita. I think I arrived too late. You are arriving at around the time we end stream, so that is an understatement. Anyway, is Watership Down on there? It is in fact there, but I don't think an audio-only version of that would be as fun as the other ones. So we're just going to be listening to a little bit more before we go. You know, I've never actually watched Watership Down. I should save it for like an especially twisted and fucked up afternoon. I love the genre of music that I can only personally describe as whatever Cuphead is from. That art is amazing and adorable. Thank you! Thank you. I mean, I have been staring at it for a while, so I've been a little desensitized to it, which meaning that, like, I'll have to look at it with fresh eyes tomorrow. But I feel good about it. Did you see the new Backroom trailer? I actually haven't watched the trailer.
I've definitely seen a lot of discussion on it, and it seems intriguing. My interest is always piqued with, I would say novel horror movies more than any other genre of movies, because horror movies tend to be more experimental and interesting. So, yeah, I honestly might check it out. There's also that Japanese movie I've been seeing trailers of that, like, has the same vibe of Backrooms because it's based off of a liminal horror video game. I don't know if you guys have seen that, or have been subjected to the ads I've been subjected to. Okay, that's 40. And now we get a 40% screen. Do just a little bit of highlights. Man, this song goes hard! Cuphead's OST uses a mix of big band jazz. Yes, that's definitely something. That's a term I'm familiar with. Bebop and ragtime. And there's a little bit of swing in there too, yeah. I'm not gonna lie. This specific song makes me want to listen to the Donkey Kong soundtrack. The kind of that's the stuff. Is that big bands? Maybe. See, I have a musical background, but very much not so in the intricacies of the composition. Style and genre and whatnot. I just know how to sing notes sometimes. Did I put the shine on Ujin's skin? Actually, no, Ujin is mostly covered by skin, so that doesn't help me. But mostly not, so I'm not gonna put the shine on Gabrielle's. I have a musical background too. My sister played the recording. Yay! Good for you. You're a musician-in-law, basically. I think that should be good. So then turn that down to 40%. Yep, I think this is good for adding that little extra transition between the... Yeah, that's good. And then, one more. So, hello, Ujin's here for reference. 40% shine. The classic put the triangles everywhere technique. God, I am liking this playlist. Oh, Jesus, it's got small. She played the recorder with her nose? Oh, she was one of those. Alright. I just hope she cleaned it after she used it, because... Like, that's a cute gimmick and all, but... You know... Whichever orifice the air is coming from... Take care of yourself. Hey, so I've been seeing people talk about the Mario Galaxy movie. I don't... Again, I try to preface this whenever I bring up something. No spoilers in my intentions in bringing this up. Have you guys seen that gif of Wart? I believe his name is Wart. It's either Wart or Wart Jr. Where he's like... I don't know, he's just like vibing and the animation's really good. And the people are saying, why did they animate him like they want to fuck him? And listen, I know I'm the person on these streams that people go, Sang, you have better standards than that. But you kind of gotta see this gif of this, the way they animated this man. I'm not saying like, what were they thinking? I'm saying like, if you interpreted it lustfully, I could see where people are coming from. Like, they want that fat man, you know? Like, there are scenes where, like, Bowser is, like, flexing, and, you know, like, that was for the bear lovers. I got you. I understand. But, like, I feel embarrassed sharing the GIF itself, so if someone else could back me up, that'd be great. Not one of us asked Sang to say this. Listen! Listen! You know, sometimes I feel like y'all forget that this is a safe place for me to be myself and talk about things that are interesting to me. So I feel like you guys should keep in mind before you dismiss and belittle the things that are on my mind. This is their stream, unfortunately. Hey! What the hell? Damn. Dude, am I the asshole? Me, 20, soon 27. My followers, 26, 25, 24, whatever the fuck, are unionizing? What the hell? Did you see the sci-fi author drama? I did not. If you were a little more specific, I may know what you're referring to. I catch glimpses of all kinds of delicious drama and discourse all the time. Okay, Capita, I'm gonna guess, without looking at chat, I'm gonna guess what you mean by the sci-fi drama. There was a sci-fi author who, you know how furries make, like, closed species? There was a sci-fi author who did that, but with their own, like, fictional species. And then it turns out someone made a species in their novel that is, like, really similar. And now they're beefing because they said that this is like my closed species that I came up with. And you have to pay me my rights in order for you to publish this. What a world it would be if that were true, by the way. The author for Hail Mary Project. Oh, I've actually heard a little bit about what that is. Project Hail Mary, I think that's what it's called? Went to the Critical Drinker and shit-talked the new Star Trek, and then people fired back and then called his work Reddit Player One of brother. Oh, man. See, like... I mean, is he spitting, though? Because Star Trek can have some bad seasons. You know? Like, if you're gonna shit talk like the old classic versions, that's one thing, but, you know, is it one of those things where, you know, he just has an opinion and the shooters are just gonna go after him regardless? Or did he actually express something that is objectively wrong and people are clowning him for good reason? Hey, this is like a totally random question, but it's only because, you know, it's what we're listening to. Is the idea that we associate jazz and this kind of like swing music, is this rooted in racism? Like the fact that we associate it with crime? Like this is a genuine question. Because like this kind of like, you know, general area of music is very much associated with like, you know, black culture.
So the idea that like see here's the thing though. When you think of like jazz crime, I feel like you think of like the mafia. You think of like white dudes in suits and cigars, like, you know, like more like almost like a white stereotype, if anything. But again, maybe that's just my limited backgrounds. Historically so, yes. We associate jazz with gentleman criminals. I wonder if it's also partly because, like for example, you know, like classic like steampunk era, like Jack the Ripper crime stuff, maybe. Like there's a lot of like historical like correlations there. Sorry, I just like thought of that out of nowhere because I was like, huh. Because yes, in some level I do like, when I think of music like this, I think like, ooh, like sneaky. We're having a little bit of fun. We're getting a little mischievous, which you could attribute to just, you know, how the music just naturally sounds. But everything, you know, I'm always the kind of person who will step back and go like, okay, are these associations colored by culture? Because more often than not, they are. Similar to how, you know, we hear the saxophone and we think, ooh, sexy music, but part of it might be because the saxophone is a legitimately sexy instrument, and also part of it is because there's that one famous song that it came from. I guess there's also just like a part of it that's like American, because we associate it with the Prohibition era, and that's inherently kind of crimey and grimy? I don't know. Highly recommend Toni Morrison's jazz. I definitely associate outside of USA with 1920s, which is associated with mafia movies. Yes, exactly, Glitched. Like, I think of like the Roaring Twenties, which culturally was the rise of a lot of like jazz and black culture and whatnot. But it's also like unrelated, you know, obviously it is affected with the Great Depression and a lot of like prohibition stuff. So I don't know, it could be a mixture of both. It could be genuinely just like a cultural coincidence with just how things came about, and it could also be absolutely like a bigoted thing. You know how rock and roll was demonized? Same thing happened with jazz. That's true. I guess maybe it's something that maybe back in the day, like, that absolutely was the perception. It feels like that's less so the cultural perception now, because when we think of this kind of jazz, we think of a very specific era in history rather than like, this is the alternative culture. We think of like historically something. So we're less, I say we as in like people in general, we're most likely going to associate it with like a historical element rather than a specific cultural, like, this is from that group, you know. Jazz is also a spiritually rebellious genre. Yes, I agree. It is a genre that is literally one that is like, go wild, improvise, defy the rules and order. Which is kind of epic. Also, this is a dark green, so it's not going to show super clearly. But I'm going to go ahead and just like take a peek at what it looks like up here. I think 50 should be good. 50%, I mean. I don't think I've missed a spot when it comes to my vigilance triangle pudding. And now, the last thing we do is, what is the texture numbers I used? Let's see. It is Al Agua 6060. Good. So that is 60.
Also, a difference between the full art and the little mini sprites is that because I put textures on the designs, you cannot in fact color pick it from this art. In the mini sprites you can, absolutely. Like, you could just go right here and go like on the unshaded part and find it. Here, because it's textured, you're gonna get like a mass of guys. But I do that because it makes it look better. Damn, I feel like pulling my collar at the dame that stepped into my office. It's a pretty consistent thing for humans to fear and demonize things that are new and not one of one's own making. Most sensible people calm down and accept cool new thing as being safe and cool. Yeah. Or in some ways think it's so cool that it's theirs now. And in fact, we did it way better than those, like, different dudes. They didn't know what they were doing when they made it. We actually, perfected it. Yeah, fuck it when that happens. Anyway. So, it is 12:30. And we have a completed Gabrielle. If we want to compare and contrast, like, it's kind of like the Adam comparison in that there's definitely some merit there to like the softness and the big lines, but I like how it turned out. It makes sense how it turned out. I'm happy. I don't know this character, but she's super great. Her silhouette looks more huggable. Yeah! There's definitely like a kind of like what is it? There's a rule of proportions where kind of like the rule of colors where it's like 70, 20, 10. There's something about that with proportions too, where you want there to be a certain kind of weight and curve distribution. Where this one, it's sort of there, but it's very tight. If that makes sense? Here, it's a little more like, okay, there's a very clear, if I can draw it. There's a very clear, like, action right here, and an action right here. You know? As opposed to here, in which it's just kind of like, and then, you know? Do you guys like it when I, like, explain art? I hope you guys do. I would love to do streams where all I do is talk about art. Like, specifically art in context of giving advice and talking about art concepts. If you guys really wanted to, I could have streams just dedicated to, like, art lessons. But I'm afraid it would come off in a way that's like, I'm the expert artist, and I'm here to teach you how to be a good artist like me. That's why I feel like I sort of dabble in it, because, you know, I'm mostly coming from my own limited perspective. But if you guys are genuinely interested, I'd be down. 'Cause I know we got some artists in here, as well as some people who are just interested in art. I mean, you wouldn't be here if you didn't have at least a little bit of interest in art. Because that's the shit I'd be doing right now. Yes, actually, nice. If I'm gonna go through the Great Depression, I'm at least gonna listen to some bangers throughout it. It kind of reminds me of the economic depression that happened in the 2008s, and we got some banging party songs out of it, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, listen, I'm not gonna act like they were the pinnacle, but Black Eyed Peas were pretty nice when we needed them, and not a second longer. I was in my room taking a picture of the Twizzler pillow when you first talked about it, but she does look more grounded in the new sprite. Yeah. See, the thing is, I think the reason is that here, I'm gonna talk about it again, sorry. There's a kind of like, there's a triangleness there that flows good with the hair, and the the shoulders, especially like what I like to do is, when you make a pose, it's good to make it a little dynamic in this way. See, this is the center of the body. And then here, and then the waist is going like maybe this way. Yes. It's nice and dynamic when you have like a little bit of this, you know? And this one has kind of that, but it's a lot tighter. You know. Actually, if I just shrunk the head a little, I think the proportions would be better. I think the head is just a little too big, which is what I mainly fixed. Yeah. I'm making people more realistic in my art style now, which I like. But yeah, I'm going to work on the blinking for this later, but anyway, thank you guys for coming to my stream! We have enough people we can raid somebody! That's wonderful news! I love it when we can raid someone, because it means we can share joy and give unwarranted comments about people in a nice way, of course. But, ooh, there's someone who has one view. It looks like they're Japanese, so maybe there's a little language gap. So I'm afraid we might scare them. So, art commissions and straight yaoi. Hell yeah! I don't know what that means. Anyway. The new 20s will be just as depressing, but with worse aesthetics. With every post I see that goes, you know, summon in the presidency, fear of nuclear war, summon depression, welcome back, insert year. When I see those posts, I get a sense of like, wow. Like, obviously, the mantra of, like, history repeats itself is something you hear every day. But sometimes you don't really grasp the, like, we really are reliving something again. You know? You don't feel that a lot. Okay. Ooh, this person has an interesting layout. Oh, and it's so orange! Oh, they're so cute! Guys, look at this person. They got so much going on. They have the twitching, they have the rotation and the emotes and the hand moving and this is a lot going on. And I mean that in a good way. But let's do a Sangang raid for Constellira. Yeah, they only have about 6 viewers, which is about our size. So let's give them some love. Very pretty. Look at all that. Look at all that. Love what they got going on. I should start streaming, I think. If you feel like you're up to streaming, then you should definitely try it. It is like don't feel like it's something you should totally commit to, but there is a level of work and preparation you should go into it so you don't end up like psyching yourself out. But that's my own opinion. Thank you guys for coming. We finished the Gabrielle. Thank you for that. Sunday, we are going to be playing Ace Attorney Apollo Justice, which is a whole new ball game. So let's all enjoy. And again, thank you for coming. It's been fun. We've had a lot of weird discussions, which are honestly fruitful and nice. Bye guys. Give this person my love. Sangang raid. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for being here. Like always. I can't believe my paytos have lasted this long. Holy. Time to make lunch. Rest well. Goodbye.